Thank you very much. And Ms Mitchell.
Thank you. Anita Mitchell, Chief Executive of Placemaking New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, so today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 with a 15-minute break at 11 o'clock. So we're joined by the Minister in the morning. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 o'clock to 5:15 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition, the crossbench members only, and if required, an additional 15 minutes is allowed to end the morning or afternoon sessions for government questions. So thank you very much for your attendance today. And I will begin with questions from the opposition.
If I might, Mr Chair, can I just make a brief statement, probably on behalf of us all, and that is that I'd like to pay tribute
yes, you may.
Thank you, to Senator Kitching, who passed away at the age of 52, a remarkable senator, and I think someone who brought a lot to the Senate and the federal government. While she's not of this state or not of my party, I think on behalf of us all, I extend on behalf of us the condolences to the family, and she'll certainly be missed.
Okay. Thank you. And could you just move the microphone closer to you? Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Minister, and thanks for your condolences. The Labor Party's a bit lost this morning, so thank you very much. And congratulations on the new role and to your officials. Minister, we estimate that there's around 56,000 homes that have been, affected by the floods in the north, and we know so far that about, over 5,500 have been inspected for flood damage. What's the role of the Department of Planning and Environment in the task from here on in?
Look, can I place on record that our heart goes out to the communities devastated by these terrible floods, and the New South Wales Government is doing everything we can to assist councils to help communities recover. We're currently in the response phase of this national crisis, and we are working tirelessly to offer temporary housing and accommodation for those who need it the most. As the clean-up is still underway, it's probably too early to determine the extent of the issues, but the Department of Planning and Environment has been in touch with affected councils to offer advice and assistance. As we move out of the response phase, we're looking towards the recovery, and our message to councils and communities in flood-impacted areas is to do what is practical, necessary and safe to support their communities. As such, I've instructed the Secretary of the Department of Planning and Environment to commence an independent review of the relevant instruments, policies and programs applying to development in flood-prone locations across New South Wales, as well as existing developments. I'm pleased to inform this committee that the terms of reference and the names of those appointed to oversee the review will be finalised shortly. The review is going to cover some very sensitive issues, and I would encourage anyone with an opinion on flooding to make a submission and contribute to the review. I've asked for the outcomes of the review to be delivered within the next few months. And can I say, with respect to the action that the department is taking, notwithstanding, we're going to be more involved in the recovery phase as opposed to the response phase, but we have set up a team to help with flood response. The immediate aim of the team is to support flood-impacted councils with exemptions and planning tools they need right now for urgent issues like temporary accommodation and supplies for the community. Departmental officers have been in contact with flood-affected councils, and our immediate message for those councils is, once again, to do what is practical, necessary and safe to support their communities, and we will follow up with any necessary planning laws, and we will continue, as we're doing, to support councils through every phase of the recovery process.
Thank you, Minister. You've indicated the terms of reference for the review. Sorry, when did you say that they will be finalised and made public?
Can I ask the Secretary to respond to that?
Yep.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. The review will commence within the coming weeks. We're working through the terms of reference at this point in time, and I can provide some more information within the coming week. As you can imagine, at the moment, most of the focus is on assisting with the recovery or the response phase, and we'll move into the recovery phase and that in the future.
Sure, but in terms of reference, you end of next week?
I'm hoping to have them finalised by the end of next week, yes. I want to make sure that the person that we appoint is happy with the terms of references as well, and I want to make sure they're thorough rather than rushing.
And who are you going to appoint to do that? You described it as independent.
Through me, Mr. Castle, can I just say with respect to the terms of reference, we'll make those public as soon as they're delivered upon. Because again, what we're keen to do is have the involvement of communities, councils, and so forth. To actually, we want them to partake in that and contribute to that. But Mr. Castle,
Sorry, so I think there was another question there.
Yeah, the question was, it's been referred to as an independent review, and you mentioned a process around appointing someone to conduct it, and I wanted to see if there was any more information about who that person or group of people might be, and what process you were undertaking to appoint them.
Well, I think if I might ask, the department is undertaking the processes with respect to who will be appointed. As soon as that person is appointed, we'll be making that public. But I can assure you, with my background around just being open, transparent, this needs to be an independent review, and we need someone of the calibre to drive that review. And as soon as we have that further information as to who that individual will be, we'll make that public.
And just to be clear, so the purpose of this review, the idea at the end of this is to receive a series of recommendations in relation to future planning on floodplains. Is that what the purpose of this is? Is this to sort of mop up the different opinions that have been thrown into the public domain by senior members of the government recently in relation to floodplain development? Is that why you've kicked this off?
That, again, the department will be working on the terms of reference, but for me, I think it's very important to have basically the sole element of truth. We need one person speaking about, the review as the review moves forward. And as you would have seen, there are a lot of people with a lot of various different beliefs. Some not based on any sort of science or sort of hydrological expertise. And that's why I think we need someone and an independent review that the department will assist with in ensuring that what we come out of this, the learnings. We've never faced anything like this, but it'll be certainly without, in any way interfering with the terms of reference. But that's a very common sense approach that you put forward there. That will be obviously one of the terms.
So just to be clear, there's sort of two options. From the way that you described it in the beginning, it sounded to me that it's actually it's sort of focused on the rebuild phase, which is what are all of the, because there are a multitude in a very complex planning system of controls and policies and guidelines that councils have to follow, that the department has to follow. My understanding of what you'd said, Minister, was that basically this review will look at all of that with a view to, I suppose, trying to find a way to ensure that the rebuild in Lismore or in Western Sydney or anywhere else would be faster. Is it also then looking at the bigger issues around building on flood prone land? I'm a bit unclear.
So, Mr. Castle, this is the terms of reference. What I've instructed the department to undertake, and that is a broader look at, not just rebuilds, but where people can build in the future. The various science that can be applied, and that will be part of that. So, Mr. Castle.
Thank you. I'm not sure I can add any more to that. As we said, we're finalising the terms of reference, and the Minister's made the commitment that he'll make those public when they're finalised, and we'll make public, obviously, who is appointed in due course.
And can you give us an idea of the qualifications you're looking at for the person that will be appointed to take on this role?
Mr. Castle.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, very experienced in the sciences, a good understanding of the planning process, and respected by the community as an independent.
Minister, can I ask whether, from your point of view, obviously appreciate the review is going to kick off soon. Are there any things that are off the table from your point of view? So say, for example, this independent person, as yet unappointed, comes back and says everyone who's living on a floodplain should be bought out. We should spend the $3.3 billion and move them all off. If that's a conclusion that this independent person comes to, are you open to that? Or are some things off the table from your point of view?
Look, an independent review will come up with, or come down with independent...
Sorry, Minister, can we just get you a bit closer? I'm getting...
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You're hard to hear. Thank you.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, better. That's much better.
Loud like me.
Yeah, I will. How's that? Is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Keep the microphone closed just in case.
Okay, righto. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chair. So can I say an independent review, and that's why I've asked for it, is independent by nature, and the findings will be based on their independence and what they've actually dealt with, and the submissions that have been received, as well as applying, I would expect, science and planning principles. But again, I'm not going to try to preempt what could be the result of that review, but just to say that it will be independent. And I think for just the long-term approach, I would expect this review to come down with some learnings and some potential changes, one would hope, that will carry us through, almost generationally. There needs to be very much, I think, a rethink potentially. But again, that's up to the independent review.
It's just that you've already said on the public record, we can't stop these people rebuilding because there might be a flood. So you've already given an opinion in relation to this, put that on the public record. There are thousands of people who are sitting there going, what's the government going to do? Are they going to move us? Are they going to let us rebuild our home? Like, what's the future for us here? You've put an independent review forward. That's actually a good step, but it's not unreasonable that they might be looking for some assurance in relation to what is going to happen to their properties. And you've already said, we can't stop these people rebuilding.
So let me just make this quite clear, and I'm being very careful around this because I don't in any way want to influence that independent...
More than you already have.
You're the minister.
No, I am...
You're the minister.
I'm sorry. I can have a view, but if my department is appointing someone to run an independent review of this that will come out with, undoubtedly recommendations, I'm not going to in any way, taint that by having my own personal opinion. But at this point, can I say again that the damage is still being affected and people are still reeling from losing their homes. The planning system does not stop people who currently live in places from returning to their homes. They have a right to go back to their homes. As for whether residents in flood-affected areas can rebuild, again, that's a matter for councils, and I make that very clear. But from the New South Wales Government perspective, I've asked again, for an independent review, and I really don't want to go further into that. This needs to be an independent review, not clouded by politics. My issue at the moment is we're going to have a review. We are in the response phase. We'll move into the recovery phase, where the Department of Planning will take a greater role. But people up there are anxious. And can I please pay tribute to the Honourable Catherine Cusack here today, who's seen firsthand the devastation, not just physically, emotionally, but the loss of lives and the loss of property. Now's not the time to input more anxiety and fear into people's lives. Let's get through the response. We've got an independent review coming through, which will lead the recovery to a great extent into the future and provide, I would hope, better planning outcomes.
So in terms of leading recovery, how is it going to work with the other agencies like Resilience New South Wales and the other emergency services? Will the review encompass their work and their plans as well?
Look, again, Mr Castle, again, the terms of reference, but I would say so.
Thank you. Again, I don't want to preempt the outcome. At this point in time, I think it's important that we just focus on the response stage. I don't want to put out...
Well, you guys, with respect, you led with the review this morning. That's why we're now asking about it.
Well, I think I appreciate that that statement. Yes, we did say we're in the early stages of appointing an independent and working through some terms of reference. I don't want to preempt any outcome from that. And
I'm actually asking for the inputs. I'm not actually asking you for the. I mean, is the review going to be led? Sort of, is it your department now that's going to be leading the review across the whole of government? I'm now trying to understand where it fits with all of these other organisations who are now obviously, knee deep in dealing with all of the, the immediate needs. I'm trying to understand the review that you've announced. Is it essentially, will you be doing it on behalf of all of government, or can we expect that the Premier will be saying that there's going to be some other review in terms of the response, which I think he's perhaps already indicated? Just trying to understand the terms, I suppose the scope of your review and how it fits with everything else that's going on.
The scope of the review is around planning principles, holistically, and rebuilding. So yes, I believe the outcome will influence some of the decisions a lot further down the track. At this point in time, there's the government is in the response stage, and I really don't want to cloud the response stage and how government's going to make a decision on the rebuild stage at this point in time. I think that's a decision for other people.
Yeah, who are those other people?
Who are the other
though?
people?
Well,
So that's the question.
It's
The government. Which bit of government?
Minister, so because I appreciate we're in the response phase now, but that cleanup is happening apace. And yeah, I mean, it's not unreasonable that people who are living in these communities want to know, when are we going to be able to rebuild our homes? Are we going to be able to rebuild our homes? What support is available for that to happen? So are they going to have to wait for this review to be done? Are they talking to Resilience New South Wales? How is that going to be managed? Because that's actually not that far away.
So with respect to, we work with, again, all sectors of government when it is appropriate. It is coordinated by Resilience New South Wales, and we'll work within that framework. But again, can I just remind you that we are in the response phase now, and we are standing up now what we can to work through the recovery phase. And we'll do that again through working with local councils, taking submissions on this. But what we need is very much a robust, medium and long-term response to these events, and that's what we're aiming for.
Well, to get back to you working with councils, I mean, councils are absolutely flat chat, and all power to the incredible amount of work that they have done and recognition of the work that they have led since day dot of this current catastrophe. How are you actually able to physically help those councils, given that their capacity at the moment is very much on coordinating things on the ground and actually just helping people clean up their houses?
So again, the response phase is being dealt with and being led by Resilience New South Wales.
Sure, but you said earlier that you were providing advice and assistance to councils. What are you doing?
Okay, right
now?
Post floods or pre floods?
Well, no, right now and then in coming weeks.
Okay, so for example, I instructed the department to create a flying squad. A lot of councils, effectively, we have a dearth of planners. Right, in fact, it's not.
Minister, that was a response that you announced at the local government conference prior to these floods even happening. It had nothing to do.
Well, I was well ahead of the need.
Oh, please. It had nothing to do with flood response. My colleague's question is about what you are doing in response to the floods, and you've just said something you announced the week before.
A point of order has been taken. Ms. Cusack.
I'm really interested to hear the Minister's answers, but he's constantly being cut off. And so if he could be just allowed to finish his answer before the next question comes.
Ms Jackson was just trying to prevent him making an even bigger error.
I apologise, Minister. Continue.
Okay. Minister, if you can complete your answer, that'd be good.
Okay,
and the questions will kind of be a little bit more balanced. Thank you.
So one of the issues local government has faced for some time is a dearth of planners. And that, of course, will follow through post-flood and post this event. So prior to this, we've already got in place processes in the system to assist councils on delivering development applications. Where
how many people are in a flying squad, Minister?
Sorry, point of order again. You've just ruled that the Minister should be allowed to complete his answer.
Halfway through. Yes, but I think sometimes we can ask for a question for clarification.
It was a very direct
of a particular
question.
point. Not. So if you can be very direct in your answer as opposed to general, then that will help, Minister, that will help prevent the questions coming on top of your answer for clarification. So if you could finish your answer, that'd be great.
With all due respect, Chair, to be able to finish a sentence also assists in completing an answer. So sometimes I think you actually need to have some context, around, a direct answer. So we are already in this space in assisting councils, particularly regional councils, in ensuring that we give them the opportunity to assist them in growing housing supply, which is critical for them. So where there is a lag, we're providing that assistance through the flying squad we stood up, and I've already made the commitment to local government representatives, both personally and through the department, that post these events, we'll provide whatever assistance we can from a planning perspective to ensure they're able to do their job, particularly after difficult circumstances. And with the response to flying squad, I'm quite happy to pass to Marcus Ray, who's the lead on this.
Thanks,
Chief
Minister.
pilot.
Sorry.
Is it a flying squad or a pilot?
Order.
Just,
Sorry.
Mr. Ray.
Classic Liberal.
When are you
term.
going to Canberra?
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Flying squad or a pilot?
Come
Mr.
on,
Ray,
it's
if you
my
can answer
time.
the
Come on,
question.
guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray.
Look, thanks, Ms Sharp, Mr Pearson. So the flying squad consists of a number of different resources that are available to the department. Some of those resources are resources that are contracted to the department, and some resources are internal to the department. As to actual numbers over the period, and what we were looking at with the minister's announcement earlier this month was to be able to spend $1 million to help councils with their DAs.
That's all of New South Wales, isn't it?
$1 million statewide?
Regional New South Wales.
Yep.
But just between now and the 30th of June. So that's the initial program, and obviously once we've got into that program and had a further look at it, then we would see what we would do for the next financial year.
So when you say resources, Mr. Ray, what does that mean? Are there people physically going to go to Lismore Council and help them work through this process? Is there, you got to have trained planners go, on contract do that? What does
Yes.
what does extra resources actually mean?
Well, that's exactly right. It's a combination of things. Some of those resources may not have to actually be in the council. They can work from home, or they can go to the council. They would be contract planners, but they would all be qualified planners.
What are they going to do?
Well, they're going to assist councils with the preparation of reports for development applications where councils do not have those resources to actually do those things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray. We'll now move on to the crossbench.
Can I just add to that? And that is that effectively we would do the application work behind as a normal planner would do with councils. But again, the determining authority still remains the council. Or
I'm not suggesting.
Yeah.
No, there's no question about that.
Thanks very much. We'll now move to crossbench. I'd just like to start with one question, which flows on from the Honourable Penny Sharp. It's clear that there would be a lot of people at this point in time very needing certainty as to whether they're going to be able to rebuild in the area where their home is. And I think the Honourable Rose Jackson's correct that time is quickly approaching. So people who are already facing terrible circumstances would actually appreciate certainty about what will be the restrictions or otherwise if they're going to build again on their property. When is that certainty going to arrive?
Mr. Ray?
So there are a number of different initiatives that were introduced into the planning system as a response, Mr. Pearson, to the bushfires, and they were extended to a broad range of natural hazards, not just bushfires. So they include flood. So there's specific provisions in the, I think it's the State Environmental Planning Policy in relation to codes that enable councils and government to actually do the recovery, do the clean-up, the response phase. Those provisions were put in there following the bushfires in 2019-2020. And there are a range of provisions in the planning system now to deal with some of the initial stages of clean-up. There are also provisions and this is something that the Minister also mentioned, but I might reiterate. For a lot of people who are not facing the question of rebuilding, but are actually just cleaning up and moving back into their house, the planning system has no role in those matters. I mean, the planning system regulates new development or additional development, so it regulates things like rebuilding and structural repair.
Right, so therefore, just so for clarification, so if you're talking about the people who have lost their homes, and their homes, they were on an area which is now in question as to whether they're going to be able to build their homes, when will they have certainty as to whether they can start building again or not?
Well, with the current provisions, that often depends on the particular local council. So one of the initiatives post the bushfires in 2020 was to ask councils individually what they wanted to do about the question of rebuilding or structural repair from natural disasters. And the department opened it up to each council to put a special clause in their local environmental plan that would enable the rebuilding after natural disasters, notwithstanding that current controls or standards may not allow that. So, for example, with the question of bushfires, that was obviously a live question because in many cases houses had been built 40, 50 years ago, and obviously the standards were different. The same now sort of applies in floods. Now, in the case of Lismore accepted that clause, and the Lismore Council has a clause that enables the rebuilding or the structural repair in its floodplain areas. But I just want to make the point that it's a decision for council, as the Minister already said. It's a decision for council in each case through each development application as to whether it's appropriate to rebuild. So the planning system, in Lismore has allowed, got that clause in there. Other councils decided not to put that clause in their LEPs, and recently, since the floods, the department has written to those councils in the North Coast that do not have that clause to see whether they actually now want that clause to be put back into put back into their LEPs or put into their LEPs for the first time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll now move on to Mr. Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. So Mr. Ray, through you, Minister.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray,
welcome back.
Your position is, as I understand it, that Lismore Council can carry the can about refusing development. That's your position. It's Lismore Council's job to approve or refuse the rebuild.
So, Lismore Council has the power to approve or refuse the rebuild. Okay, and they have that facility under the clause that was put in the last couple of years. But ultimately, there are broader questions because this is, these floods were particularly devastating. They weren't within expectation, and there may be broader questions for government, and there's obviously been discussion in the press about those things. I come back to the point at the moment, though. So other decisions may be taken or they may not be taken. I'm just trying to explain what the position is now. And I don't think anyone's suggesting that Lismore Council is going to be left on its own to make these, decisions. The department staff are talking to council officers in Lismore and other North Coast councils, and will continue to talk. And if they're, and the bigger questions of recovery, obviously being led by Resilience New South Wales, will be brought forward to government. As the days unfold.
It is an impossible and totally unworkable proposition to tell Lismore Council to be making the decisions about permitting their residents to rebuild or not in land that's zoned for residential development but flood prone. That is an impossible situation to put Lismore Council in, isn't it?
Well, I think it's leading, but Marcus, if you want to answer that.
Well, I don't think that I'm saying that. All I'm saying is that there is a clause that enables it to happen. But as I've said, I think there is a broader issue for government that, given the nature and extent of the floods, that the government and as part of the review that's already been announced, we'll be looking specifically at planning. And planning controls and what the appropriate planning controls and the controls for, including controls for rebuilding this is a sort of a next level event, and I think it's quite appropriate that we have that independent review, and the independent review looks at all those things.
Well, Minister,
Yeah, can I just say,
you know full
that's the
well.
reason we're having this review, to address these issues.
Yeah, which we haven't seen the terms of reference of,
No?
which there's no end time for reporting date, and which you haven't even found a reviewer to undertake. That's your promise, is it? No terms of reference, no reporting date, no reviewer, but that's the action you've taken.
You're always such a glass half full sort of person.
No, I'm always just watching your actions, Minister. That's
And-
your current actions.
Well,
No
I'm-
terms of reference, no date for a report, and you haven't even found the reviewer, and you say that's your action. Is that what you've done?
We're going through the recovery stage, and we are standing up this review along with sort of teams to assist councils as we move towards the recovery and the rebuild.
So when Lismore Council gets the first DA to rebuild and repair a flood damaged property, which may happen tomorrow, may happen next week, what's your advice to Lismore Council? Should they approve it or should they reject it? Because they'll be making those decisions in the next few days and weeks. What's your advice to Lismore Council?
Well, I don't know the ins and outs of Lismore Council, but can I just say that's the reason why we are having a very strong review on this, so they're able to, from that review, take that on board. Mr. Ray?
Well, I'm going to take a point of order. I think Lismore Council at the moment is going through an extraordinary tough time. They've lost half their machinery, their staff have lost their homes, and I don't think it's right for members on the committee to mock Lismore Council.
I agree.
And I'm going to take an order against Mr Mallard. It is totally inappropriate to mock Lismore Council.
You're getting very sensitive, David. I withdraw the
Excellent.
mocking if that's what you think it was. If you think I was mocking, you can continue.
So if I can just get this right, your position, public position, is for people who want to rebuild in Lismore Council, they shouldn't be allowed to? I just want clarification around
First
this.
of all, you don't get to ask questions, Minister.
I can
And
see
this is here.
clarification.
This is for you to answer questions, not to ask questions. That means we can have a chat outside if you want. But for the now,
You asked me to go outside. I'm happy to go outside.
Order.
happy to have a chat outside after the hearing.
Go outside.
I'm happy to have a chat outside after the hearing if you like. But
Order. So the way this operates, it's a committee hearing. It's not for argument. It's not for a discussion. It's for a question and an answer as clear as possible to the best of your knowledge.
With all due
Let's keep that. That is the spirit of a committee hearing. Let's keep it going that way. Thank you very much.
With all due respect, Chair, I'm not the one being argumentative. So I was seeking clarification.
I'm talking about argumentativeness. I'm not saying who or who isn't, but I'm just making it clear what is the spirit of an inquiry. Question, answer. Thank you, Mr. Schubert. Your next question?
So, Minister, when Lismore Council has a DA before it, and it could come as soon as tomorrow, or it could come next week, or it could come the month after.
This assertion that...
What? So is that a point of order?
Just continue your question.
I'll start again. Minister, when Lismore Council gets a DA to rebuild on that flood-damaged part of town, could happen tomorrow, could happen next week, could happen a month from now, but will certainly happen before your review comes in. What is your advice to Lismore Council? Should they approve it or should they reject it? What's your advice?
So currently we can't stop people moving back into their homes, right? There are people that will be able to move back in their homes short term to medium term where they have been not overly affected. With respect to development applications that may or may not come before Lismore Council, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball as to when they might or won't, or what date or what time of the day someone walks in. I don't think they can walk in at the moment. Catherine, is it?
Well, they can't. The issue is actually the temporary housing minister. I just
Can we?
can't see any development applications for some time, to be honest.
What is this?
Order. Minister, could you just finish answering the question? I might want to clarify the question for you. I think what Mr. Shoebridge is asking is that even though the council will have to make a decision about whether a development can go ahead to rebuild a home in an area which is in question as to whether homes should be there, what is your and your department's advice to the council? Do you have any advice as to how they should make that decision?
Okay, well, can I just reinforce the position that we are in the response stage. The council is in the response stage. They are currently undertaking massive cleanups. There have been deaths. So I've got to say it's fine for us in Macquarie Street, where it's nice and dry, warm, with power, to start asking these esoteric questions to a great extent, what's happening to the future. But can I say we are still in the response stage, and as I've said before, we're embarking as part of the recovery to ensure that we have a very good piece of work done that will inform future directions of council and the state. But I'll ask Mr Whitworth, who can probably provide some more of that process around what.
No, I think that answers the question. Thank you, Minister. We'll move on to the next question from Mr Shoebridge. That's clear. Thank you.
Minister, are you seriously saying to the people who have lost their homes, making insurance claims, wondering about rebuilding right now, that that's an esoteric question that you're not going to engage in?
No,
they're asking these questions right now. They're deeply anxious, and your answer is you're not going to deal with it because it's an esoteric question. Is that how distant you are from what's happening?
No, not at all. And I reject the premise of that totally. We are in the recovery phase. Now, you can scaremonger as much as you want and create more anxiety, right? But we are working closely with those councils, with communities right across government. We are setting up planning operations and policies. We're undertaking a review. But Mr Whitworth, do you have anything to add to that?
Thank you, Minister. Look, I think that we've got to appreciate that there is a lot of work going on at the moment for people to have their houses assessed in terms of whether they're structurally safe, whether they're structurally sound. We're going to end up with sort of 3 to 4 different sets of questions. Those people that can come back to their house because their house simply needs clean up, they can obviously do that, and the planning controls will allow them to do that. Those that need to fix their homes, now it may well be that there is some minor structural problems. The planning system will also allow that to occur in a fast and straightforward manner. Then there are those that will need to rebuild. And so then that is the question as to how do the planning system, and particularly in Lismore, will allow development applications to be submitted. The question as to what standards those development applications need to be made, and the extent to which the density of development that would be appropriate in the area will still be something that will need to be considered. We have identified through the updated flood planning controls that we released last year, the importance of more resilient building controls, more resilient building materials, so that it is so that people are able to recover more quickly from a flood situation. And I suppose there will also be an examination of the compliance or the need to consider the broader floodplain management risk environment. Lismore Council does have a floodplain risk management plan, as you would expect from a council and a city and a community that deals with flooding. They will need to look at the circumstances of this event and the circumstances to which their expectations and their mitigation measures worked and or didn't work. And so that will also be a factor that will be part of Lismore Council's consideration. So when we talked about having planners go up through the flying squad, that actually helps to enable the council planners to focus on those more strategic questions. It also gives us the ability to work with them through things such as the regional city action plan that was prepared for Lismore, that also included a number of these actions about how do you create a flood resilient community, how do you ensure that mitigation is built into the process of not just development assessment but also the design of infrastructure and the design of the settlement itself.
Minister, you know full well, don't you, that if that process goes through and then the council determines that someone shouldn't rebuild, that the land should no longer be used for housing, that there are zero provisions at a state level for any compensation for those homeowners. They're literally just going to have their primary asset taken from them with no compensation. That's how the system works. You know that, don't you?
Can I just make it quite clear, we are still in the recovery phase. As the Honourable Catherine Cusack stated before, at this stage, I don't think Lismore Council can take DAs.
I'm going to take a point of order. The Minister's deliberately not responding. The question was quite specific.
I
It needs
think...
to be directly relevant.
No, I think I'll allow the minister to continue to answer the question, and we'll give you some rope, and let's see how we go. Keeping it as direct as possible to the
About
question.
zero compensation.
What I'm saying is that we need, and we are, looking at accommodation support immediately for flood victims, and that is our focus. I don't think we need to scare people, Mr Shoebridge. It might be in your interest to do that, right? But there's enough anxiety and concern, mental health issues, within our flood-affected communities, rather for you to start adding to it. But certainly, look, Mr Ray, with respect to, or I'll give it to...
Minister, you know there's zero compensation under the current arrangements. You're not offering these people who have lost potentially everything a single glimmer of hope, are you? There's zero compensation. You've got no plans for any compensation. That's the current state of play, isn't it?
I'm not going to answer that. I mean, that is just highly obnoxious. Yeah,
Minister, you need to answer the questions.
We are moving into the recovery stage.
People in Lismore, people around the state are asking these questions, and they expect more than this arrogant position from you.
I think the only arrogance here today, Mr.
They
Shoebridge,
expect more than this arrogant position from you.
Order. I'm just going to put the question again. Minister, is part of the plan in response to all this from your department going to include consideration of compensation to people who have lost so much?
That would be a whole-of-government approach, and obviously that is something that the government is looking at all angles.
Minister, you're the planning minister. Under the system that Mr Whitworth detailed, if the third option happens and someone is told they can't rebuild, there is zero compensation for the homeowner under the planning system. That's the way it works at the moment, isn't it?
So again, look, can I just say that the issue of flood-prone land and acquisition is an environmental management issue, and so that question should really be directed at the Minister for the Environment.
Sorry, you're saying that you're seriously saying as the planning minister.
James Griffith's problem.
Sorry,
now.
you're seriously saying as the planning minister.
I think Mr Shoebridge will be able to deal with this.
Oh my God,
Minister,
you're a senior minister now. You can't get away with that.
Point of order. Sorry, point of order.
Sorry, that was just an extraordinary
I
answer.
think I know what your point of order is going to be, Mr.
support
But can I just also say, I'm really
if it's a point of
interested in the questions, and can I just ask you, are you talking about, when you talk about option 3, is this if the land is rezoned? Is that...
No, it's
because
Mr.
I'm not
Whitworth's
following what
option
the
3.
compensation...
That's okay.
Okay. Continue your questioning. Thank you.
Minister, as the planning minister, your answer to if the planning system tells somebody they can't rebuild on their home, that they then need to go knocking on the door of the Environment Minister and beg for some funds. That's seriously your answer as the planning minister.
Look, we're not telling
You can
anyone...
withdraw your answer, Minister.
I'll put it again. Minister, you're the planning minister. You have said that if the planning system says to somebody they can't rebuild their home because it's so flood affected, that they need to go and knock on the door of the Environment Minister and beg for some compensation. That can't seriously be your position.
Well, I've got to say, what I can certainly say that the issue of compensation from this government is not an issue for planning. So I would seek that you probably direct that.
It's not an issue for the Environment
Okay, we'll now move on to
either.
questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to pick up sort of I think where we're getting at with this, which is that, I mean, so under the... And look, we all accept that this is a difficult time and people are very distressed, and as they're cleaning out the muck of their houses, they're wanting to know, they're thinking as they're dealing with that, what happens next. Do you foresee through this review that people could be moving back into their houses and then the review could determine that they may have to move back out?
Look, again, I'm going to wait for the review to be delivered before I comment further on that.
But that is a possibility.
Oh,
I mean, people who are, as Ms Sharp said, cleaning out their houses now, trying to get it into a state to move back in, and that is absolutely at the front of their mind, Minister, that they do that, and then your government drops an independent review that says, oh, actually, all those people should move. That is seriously what you are suggesting is possible.
No, you're speaking about hypotheticals, and I'm not going to be drawn into hypotheticals. We've got a review, an independent review.
Yeah, the problem that we've got, Minister, is you've dropped a review on the table this morning with no detail around it, and we're trying to explore what's in and out and the scope of it. So you can keep saying you're having the review, but with no detail, this is why you're getting these questions. Will the Chief Scientist be involved in the review?
I'd have to ask, I would, or Mr Castle.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, we have discussed that, and I believe the Chief Scientist will be, and appropriately, involved, and his opinions taken on board.
Will there be public hearings?
That will be a matter for the person who's appointed to undertake the review.
I mean, can you understand, Minister? Oh, sorry, you go, Mr Searle.
Sorry, Minister, surely that should be a question for you. Like, you've announced this review. You must know whether it's going to be a paper review of, existing policies on the documents, or whether it's going to have live hearings with evidence and witnesses. Surely you can tell us that.
Look, I'll take the person that is to be appointed to lead this. I'll take their advice on that, Mr Searle.
Okay, well, can you answer this? Will bushfire-prone areas be included in this review, or is it limited to floods only?
They're needed.
Floods only.
Question to ask.
Well, Minister, you'd be aware that there's still a number of properties, including on the north coast, that haven't been rebuilt or haven't recovered from the bushfires. Bushfires also not natural disasters that we have to come to terms with.
I think what we're looking at the moment is focusing on, as part of the recovery, the review into policy, planning and procedures, and mapping. So that's our focus.
Minister, might just ask again, just bring the microphone as close to you as possible.
This review is around the flood events and ensuring that we look at future planning policies and procedures and mapping around that.
Minister, can you...
Okay, but what about bushfires? I mean, I live in a bushfire-prone area. The north coast was badly affected by bushfires, so was the south coast, and those communities are still recovering. Isn't that something that you think the planning system should come to terms with?
Can I direct that to Mr Whitworth?
Thank you. Look, the planning system, as I think Mr Ray identified, does have a number of provisions that allow for the rebuilding of homes and the re-establishment of commercial activities in following natural disaster events. There was also an inquiry into the bushfires that was conducted by Professor Mary O'Kane and the Assistant Commissioner Dave Owens, and it provided us with a number of recommendations for the planning system, including building in greater resilience, which are still being implemented in, as well as a more strategic approach to how we identify not just where new settlement should be, but how existing settlement should be more resilient and more able to respond to natural disasters. And those things are incorporated into the regional plans that we have produced up and down the coast, as well as in regional areas. So those principles, no doubt, will be the same sorts of principles that will be looked at as part of the review. But as the Minister and the Secretary have said, those terms of reference are still being formulated with the person that is proposed to undertake the review.
So just to be clear, I mean, in a way your evidence is that in relation to fire-affected areas, there was another review, that you did a review in relation to that, and that this is somewhat of a similar exercise, I mean, perhaps slightly different scope in relation to floods, which I suppose leads to the question of, in the fire-affected areas, say, for example, on the south coast, where 400 plus homes were lost, and only 50 have been rebuilt, the review that you did for the fires actually didn't really seem to deliver much in terms of people who lost their homes and want to have them rebuilt. So what assurances can you give the thousands of people who've lost their homes in relation to floods that this review isn't just going to be something that takes months, is potentially huge in scope, delivers some report that doesn't actually deliver any action, and they're sitting there going, yeah, but how am I going to rebuild my home? And who's going to support me to do that?
Mr. Worth?
Look, I think that it's an unfair characterisation that it hasn't delivered anything. The planning system mobilised very quickly to enable people to rebuild where they could.
Just on that though, Mr. Whitworth, I mean, the numbers in the South Coast are pretty stark. Over 450 houses lost, 50 have been rebuilt. I mean, can you actually tell us exactly what assistance? So you've talked about the flying squads this morning. I mean, has there been one officer allocated to Bega Valley Shire Council to help them work through this? Like, where is the actual practical assistance that's allowing people to actually rebuild? I mean, some of us spent a bit of time down there recently for the by-election, spoke to many people across that area who just feel like they hit a brick wall through planning every step of the way in terms of getting themselves back on their feet. I mean, how you've done the review. Sorry, there's many questions in that. The first question is, what have you actually done to provide the support to Bega as a living example, a smaller example than what people in Lismore are facing in terms of getting their planning issues in order so they can rebuild?
Yep, Mr. Worth. So, firstly, we've done a lot of work to ensure that the planning system can deal with the applications quickly.
So what does that... Can you just be a bit more specific?
That houses can be rebuilt with a development application, irrespective of whether they did not comply with things like the lot size standards or the height standards, because they may have shifted or changed over time. We ensured that where a complying development certificate could be used rather than a development application, it could be used. We enabled the use of containers for temporary storage. For commercial activities, we also enabled containers for the ongoing operation and conduct of commercial activity. We ensured that where there was a need to have temporary housing, that temporary housing could be placed, caravans, movable dwellings, containers appropriately fitted out for habitation, that they could be placed on blocks of land so that people could get on and rebuild and live somewhere on their block of land while they were rebuilding.
So the work that was done there should be able to just be carried over directly to Lismore, shouldn't it not? It doesn't need a new review. Are you able just to do that straight away?
Those are the provisions that we have been talking to the councils on the North Coast about. That natural disaster clause does apply in the majority of those North Coast councils. But I think also the challenge, I mean, we keep saying we're in the response phase, The recovery phase has got to consider a whole range of different issues. Many of those are not related to planning. We've got to find temporary accommodation for people so that they have somewhere safe to stay. We've got to ensure
I was going to get to that. We will get to that specifically.
Well, can I make just one more point, though, that there is also something that we're experiencing, in any of those bushfire-prone areas, is the ability to mobilise tradespeople, the ability to mobilise materials. The fact that we've had the pandemic occur at the same time, which has impacted the supply chain for those materials as well. These are all challenges that are being faced in bushfire-prone areas and those areas that are recovering from bushfire, and will be issues that we need to address and respond to as part of the flood response as well.
So, I mean, it's 2 years down there. I mean, how long? I mean, are we talking 5 to 10 years before people in Lismore are going to actually be permanently rehoused?
Well, again, can I say, Mr. Chair, that we're talking about hypothetical, sort of answers to questions about a review that hasn't occurred yet.
We're talking about a real flood that has occurred in the last few weeks. The Premier made an announcement yesterday in relation to a housing response. Clearly, these issues are under consideration, and if they're not, that's a problem in itself. This isn't a hypothetical. People want to know, how long is it going to take for you to get your review done, make a decision about whether they can live in their house again? Is it going to be years before you are able to give definitive answers about what development is going to be permissible in these flood-prone areas?
I think that question's already been answered.
Has it?
I must
Well,
admit,
it's taken 2 years for people in bushfire areas, and in fact, only 50 or so of the 450 homes that were lost there have been rebuilt, and we're 2 years down the track from that. So is that going to be a similar scenario? What assurances can you give that that won't occur?
Well, I'm not going to deal with hypotheticals as to what this review will come out with the recommendations. But I can assure you that it will be, very much an open, transparent review that will deal with the future of those flood-affected areas.
The Premier announced yesterday 16 weeks. So he's actually put a time frame in relation to how long people have temporary support from the government. 16 weeks rent assistance. He's put that time frame on the table. So people in these areas are going, right, okay, I've got 16 weeks of government rent support to figure out what I'm going to do. It's not hypothetical, it's 16 weeks. After that time, the government support is going to be taken away and they're going to need a housing solution.
So again, we're talking about the response phase. We will move into the recovery phase, and that's why we will have an independent study and a review done more generally. But in the meantime, Mr Whitworth, am I correct in saying that there are a number of options open to people with respect to moving back into their homes? They have a right to move back into their homes as we look at the medium to long-term solutions with respect
Well, they have a
to
right, but they might not be able to because it might not be livable. Now, just to go directly to that, and look, I know that the member for Lismore and others have welcomed the announcement in relation to funding for housing, but the next point that anyone who's from up there, and the Honourable Catherine Cusack would understand this as well, there's already a massive shortage of rental or accommodation anyway, and this has just made it, in some ways unthinkably worse. How are you going to address that? I mean, I know they've talked about a few mobile homes and pods, those things. I mean, these are all welcome and I'm not being critical of those, but there is a very real problem of just the lack of houses available for rental. Who is taking charge of that and how and how is that going to be addressed?
So that's being in the short term. Resilience New South Wales will deal with that. But if I can speak to the point of, medium term through the recovery and longer term, we were already, as a department, pivoting from when I took over to regional New South Wales on the supply of housing, and it is clearly that over years there has been.
So regional New South Wales is leading that, not.
No. I said as a department. Sorry, I should have gone closer to the microphone.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. So upon coming back into this portfolio, particularly with discussions I'd had more generally and learnings from before, there is a shortage of housing, quite frankly, in regional New South Wales. All housing, it's dramatic. There is market failure. We've seen that. And in my opinion, there is no market failure with housing in Sydney to the extent of regional New South Wales. So we are pivoting as a department, and I've made it quite clear to the Secretary and in fact, regional councils, that we are moving our focus, and we're working together with Landcom, with housing providers, and together as a cluster. That's why it's planning and homes, together with Crown Lands, to develop a number of programs such as what we did down in Cooma, working with Aboriginal land councils to start delivering more homes rapidly to regional New South Wales.
Thank you, Minister. In the Cooma example, how many houses did you deliver?
So Cooma was 140, the exact figure...
They're lots to allow
lots.
to be produced and then housing.
Around 140 lots is the first phase to allow homes to be built there, and there will be a second phase, and that will be a mixture of homes, social housing, Aboriginal housing, and affordable housing. And again, that's delivering through making sure people talk to each other, removing the silos of excellence. So in a collaborative way, we're very much pivoting to regional New South Wales.
I mean, specifically in the example of the Northern Rivers, I mean, the research suggested that prior to the flooding catastrophe, they were already over 2,000 homes below like a healthy vacancy rate for available rental properties. So that's already a massive issue. As you've said, their vacancy rate was 0.6%, which is basically nothing. Now it's just got monumentally worse. So specifically on the Northern Rivers and the North Coast, what of all of those words that you just said is going to actually deliver the thousands of homes that they need on the North Coast and the Northern Rivers?
So what I can say is we will shortly be delivering a regional housing strategy, as in...
How shortly?
Very shortly.
Part of the review.
Okay, yes. So
Right.
what will this regional housing strategy
So again, that is
say?
very much directing the Department of Planning together with local council, combining with NGOs, with LAC, and the land councils, as well as private enterprise, delivering more homes more rapidly into regional
Will
New
there
South
be
Wales.
resources, additional resources from the New South Wales Government associated with the delivery of the houses that presumably it is your intention to be a consequence of the strategy? Will there be money for that?
Mr Castle?
Thank you, Minister. We're working on a strategy at the moment. As you'd be well aware, government doesn't actually build the houses. We work with private enterprise and not-for-profit to make that happen. There's responses through the Land and Housing Corporation.
But apologies, Mr Castle. You've said, Minister, there's market failure. Mr Castle is correctly describing the current arrangements. You've acknowledged that's a failure. That's not working. Are you not open in your new strategy to revisiting this position that the government actually refuses to deliver housing itself?
Well, I reject the premise that the government refuses to deliver housing itself. I mean, we have LAC. But Mr Castle, do you want to expand?
Well, you make a decision about not putting funding into it and that it be self-funding through private development. That is the policy setting.
Mr Castle?
Sorry, so if I can just go back, we facilitate through for housing to be delivered through creating land lots, as the Minister talked about down in Cooma. That was actually Crown land that had a Aboriginal land claim laid over it. We worked with the local Aboriginal Land Council to unlock that land to bring more lots to the market. That will actually see us deliver some social housing on there, but also provide the market with the opportunity to purchase some of those lots and build their own homes. So it will service a variety of different needs within the community. There are other strategies that have been used by government for years around opening up more land supply and allowing the market to build those homes.
The market is failing, Mr Castle. The Minister has acknowledged that. I asked, what are you going to do to deliver the thousands of homes needed on the North Coast and the Northern Rivers?
I'm not sure the market is failing.
That was the Minister's words,
just said that, so.
Mr Castle. Sorry, Mr Castle. Are you suggesting that the fact that the Northern Rivers pre-floods had a vacancy rate of 0.6%, needed over 2,000 homes to get anywhere near a good vacancy rate? Women leaving domestic violence, sleeping in cars, teachers camping in tents on showgrounds because they can't get housing. That's not a failure to you, Mr Castle?
Okay, it's a point of order being taken. I think I know what it is.
And it's so combative, and it's really inappropriate, if I can put it like that. I would ask that the member just be clearer in her questions. Is this about the housing shortage? Is this about the houses that have to be replaced?
But that's not a point of order, and it repeatedly disrupts the flow of questioning. I don't know if that's the design of these, but they're points of orders with no substance that are just designed to interrupt the flow of
I
questioning.
think trying to clarify the question.
To the point.
Not the job of other members to clarify questions.
Mr Pearson, to the point of order, I think the Honourable Cathy Cusack was making a valid point of order in regards to the combative nature. I mean, you can be as combative as you want to the Minister. He can take it. He's got big shoulders. But the public servants should be treated with a bit more respect in terms of the questioning and the aggression. That's really what I think.
I apologise,
Okay, so
Mr.
I'll
Castle.
rule on the point of order, and I do think Ms Cusack and Mr Mallard do have a point. I think you need to get quicker to the question rather than statements. Thank you.
Thank you. My time's up anyway.
I think we'll now move over to the crossbench for questions, but I just have a couple myself. During in the report and investigation into the fires, were there any recommendations to council or even stronger, that no houses be built in a certain area for various reasons?
Mr. Whitworth?
What the Bushfire inquiry found is there are challenging places where the houses that were once built would no longer, on a typical comparison with today's standards, you wouldn't necessarily allow those, or they would need to be built to such a high standard that it would almost be cost prohibitive.
Just on that, and is that new standard? Is it a new standard? Is that a new standard which is part of the recommendation that they don't build there because of the risk of fire?
It's Mr. Pearson. It's a recognition that building standards relating to bushfire have evolved. Every time there is a bushfire, we learn more about the way bushfires work, and the Australian standards, the National Building Code, and our own planning for bushfire protection evolves in that sense. What the inquiry did say, though, is that the mechanisms to consider how to deal with those properties needed to be further developed. There needed to be more integration with the strategic planning approach that asks these very questions. If it's in an area that you wouldn't put a new house in today, should you consider putting a house there into the future? And it talked about the comparison, and this is where the Minister's comments before about the flood-prone land policy. The flood-prone land policy in New South Wales, which is the responsibility of the Minister for the Environment, does have money that is provided to councils on the basis to do flood-prone land policies and flood-prone land risk management plans, and also to enable the buyback of certain homes that are in areas of such high degree of risk or hazard. And there is an example of that. If people remember, there was a very extreme event in the Muscle Brook area some years ago, and there was a house that was purchased back as a result of that. There have been houses that have been purchased back in New South Wales as well. The bushfire policy was actually saying, the bushfire report was pointing to that to say we needed to do work around that, and that's something that we're progressing now with Rural Fire Services and Resilience New South Wales and the Department of Planning and Environment.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And Minister, are you aware of the Cabinet or the government has considered approaching the fossil fuel industry for compensation for these people?
I don't speak about cabinet matters. I'm not going to confirm or deny that, but I'm unaware of it.
Okay. Mr. Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Do you acknowledge, Minister, that this extreme flooding event that we've seen is in significant part driven by climate change?
Of course, yes, without doubt. We haven't seen this event to such an extent for probably quite a few hundred years.
Will you therefore take steps to prevent your government adding the fuel to climate change, and take some steps to keep coal in the ground and gas in the ground and stop making the problem worse?
I think we're doing.
Can I say, the New South Wales Climate Change Fund, which we support, is responding to climate change through the New South Wales Climate Change Policy Framework and with programs to build resilience.
Your department has just recommended to the Independent Planning Commission that a massively expanded open-cut coal mine in the Hunter Valley, owned by Swiss multinational Glencore, get approved and pump hundreds of millions of more tonnes of carbon dioxide into the air and make the next rounds of flooding even worse. How do you square those two statements?
I'm not going to respond or answer to what the Independent Planning Commission is or whatever determination they've come up with. I think that's just grossly for a minister that oversees the IPC.
Yeah.
It's independent for a reason. It's one of the reasons it was set up. And obviously they took into account many of the policy frameworks and planning frameworks to reach that decision.
Minister, perhaps you don't understand how the system works, or you obviously don't understand what's happening with one of the most major coal approvals that's on the books. It hasn't yet been approved, but your department has recommended approval. How can your department recommend approval for another massive open-cut coal mine, pumping out hundreds of millions of tonnes of additional carbon dioxide when you've just seen the damage that climate-induced extreme weather has done to Lismore? How can your department do that?
Well, that's a matter for the IPC.
No. How can your department recommend approval? That's your problem, your department's recommendation.
Recommendation to the IPC?
Correct.
Or the IPC's, right. Mr Ray?
Mr Shoebridge, obviously the department assesses each application on its merits in accordance with the state government policies and the technical standards in accordance with the the legal requirements of the legislation. And as you're aware, there's been a full discussion of the issues of greenhouse gas emissions in the report, and the current process is that the report then goes to the Independent Planning Commission, and the Independent Planning Commission makes a decision after hearing from the community. So there's been an entire process, a very transparent process about these things. The government's net zero 2030 policy, and which is the government's on track to reduce emissions to 2005 levels from by around 50%, is on track at the moment to deliver that
Mr
outcome.
Ray, you know that the planning system and the assessment by New South Wales Planning utterly ignored all the emissions that will come from the burning of that coal. You know that. Why don't you give us a full answer? Why don't you tell the truth about how the planning system ignores that, Mr Ray?
Point of order on that, please.
Why don't you tell us the truth about how the planning system operates and it ignores the hundreds of millions of tonnes of carbon dioxide created when the coal is burnt, Mr Ray?
Could we lead to a question, please, Mr Shoebridge, for the Minister to be able to answer?
There is a question.
I know, it just sounds like a spray.
Mr Ray, why won't you tell the truth that the planning system ignores the hundreds of millions of tonnes of carbon dioxide
I will do a point of order on that one. I was just waiting to work out where he was going.
Is burnt.
Point of order.
Been a point of order taken. Thank you.
I think saying to Mr Ray, why won't you tell us the truth, frankly, is derogatory of Mr Ray. And it's the same point I made before about the Honourable Rose Jackson, and was acknowledged. The public servants need to be treated with respect, and that's a basic principle of these inquiries. And you can make those allegations to the Minister, and we can fight that one then, but the public servants need to be treated with respect. So I'd ask them to withdraw the allegation that Mr Ray is not telling the truth to this inquiry.
To the point of order, I mean, it was not an allegation, it was a question.
Why
it
won't
may
you
not have
tell
been
us
a
the
polite
truth?
question, it may not have been a question
Why
that's
won't you
easy
tell
to
us the
answer.
truth, he said?
I've heard enough, and I'll rule.
It's a question.
I think it is a question. It's a bit heated and intense, but the Minister will just have to get used to that in committee hearings.
Mr Ray.
But I don't think it is berating or disrespectful. So, Mr Shoebridge, continue.
Mr Ray, will you answer the question now, please?
Mr Shoebridge, so as I said before, the department has, in the process and in its assessment report, looked at and considered, and there's a discussion of all types of greenhouse gases, Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3, even though Scope 3 emissions for export coal will actually be not the result of action in New South Wales, will be the result of power stations overseas actually burning that coal. All that has been considered and revealed in the assessment reports, all very transparent. And then the department's obviously made a recommendation in accordance with the policies that apply in New South Wales, including the Future of Coal statement from 2021, I think, or late 2020, which relates to export coal as well. And all of that has been completely looked at. A recommendation made, and now it goes to the Independent Planning Commission to make a decision, an independent body of experts who can look at all those issues which you talk about and make their own evaluation of whether the project should go ahead.
Through you, Minister, to Mr Ray. Mr Ray, you said in answers earlier about what, if any, controls there are about rebuilding, that Lismore City Council had adopted the Special Flood Considerations Clause for their LEP. I used the break to check, and they haven't. They haven't adopted Clause 5.22. They just have the standard compulsory provision in 5.21.
Mr. Whitworth?
I'm sorry, Mr. Shoebridge, that's not the evidence that we gave. We gave the evidence that the Lismore Council had adopted the natural disaster clause.
Okay. So the actual provision in the standard LEP that was put in as an optional provision to actually deal with flood rebuilds, I think it was as recently as last year, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, has not been adopted by Lismore Council, and indeed, as I understand it, hasn't been adopted by a single council across the state. Is that right, Mr. Ray?
I mean, that is not the information that I have. The information that I have is the evidence that I gave and the evidence that Mr. Whitworth gave.
Well, I've got the LEP open in front of me, and it says 5.22, special flood considerations, not adopted.
Perhaps I can clarify, Mr. Shoebridge. No council has yet adopted those special flood consideration clauses because we are still working through the process of how each council will assess and report on them, because what they're actually talking about is adopting controls for development that is above the 1 in 100 chance per year flood line. And so there is a mechanism that we are going through at the moment. There is engagement that we are having with councils, with local government New South Wales, with development industry, with flood planning professionals, and indeed with the Environment, Energy and Science group of the department. The rollout of those clauses was always going to be a staged process, and that's something that we've identified on our website.
So what were the provisions, Mr. Whitworth, you were referring to? If not the actual special flood considerations that haven't been adopted anywhere, what were the provisions?
It is the natural disaster clause allowing for the rebuild of houses. I wouldn't want to give you a legal opinion on the fly or look at the standard instrument, but perhaps we can...
We can get you the information, Mr. Shoebridge, but I think, and you know, these matters are quite complicated given the nature of the various different issues that local environmental plans do deal with. So I think you might be talking about the wrong clause. We'll get you the right clause detail.
No, let him keep talking about the wrong clause. This is fun.
So, Minister, did you know that there was a special flood consideration clause directly aimed at this issue of rebuilding that was promulgated by the department but has not been adopted by a single council across the state? Did you know that? Minister? Did you know that? Did you know that? You're the planning minister.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please? I sort of drifted for a little while.
I could see. I could see.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You understand your role as the minister here is to try and provide clarity on these things, and there are tens of thousands of people who want to know what the state government's position is on this. Do you understand there's an important issues at stake here, Minister?
But that's why we're having an independent inquiry.
No, Minister, that's why you're in budget estimates, to try and answer some questions. Do you understand you have a role in budget estimates to actually treat it seriously?
Can I say, Mr. Shoebridge and Mr. Chair, I take the budget estimates incredibly seriously.
Sure you do.
Oh, see,
Okay, order. This kind of dialogue is not appropriate for a hearing, but I think there is an answer that we still haven't heard from the question that Mr. Shoebridge asked about whether you were aware that those clauses, the clause in relation to flood, has not been taken on board or adopted by any council. That's the question.
Did you know that, Minister?
My understanding is that we were working through a process.
Minister, is there a single planning policy anywhere in the state that puts restrictions on development above the 1 in 100 year flood level? Anywhere in the state? You've got the whole state to choose from.
Mr. Whitworth?
Mr. Shoebridge, I would like to take that on notice because it's quite a specific question. But I can also tell you that there are decisions that have been taken not to support development where it is above the 1 in 100 chance per year flood line for a range of circumstances. I have given evidence to this inquiry and other inquiries about Penrith Lakes, where we have, the government has refused to support residential rezonings at Penrith Lakes because of the flood evacuation concerns. The flood control, the flood provisions also talk about sensitive land uses and the willingness to avoid sensitive land uses such as hospitals, childcare centres, schools in areas above the 1 in 100.
I should have been more specific. Apart from the one decision that was taken for Penrith Lakes, can you name a single planning decision anywhere across the state that has prohibited residential development above the 1 in 100 year floods?
Mr. Whitworth?
Mr. Shoebridge, as I said, I would like to take that on notice because I believe that there are a number of circumstances where those decisions have been taken. But it is, and as I said to you, it's not a simple case of always just prohibiting development. It is a fact and degree matter. And we would
Well,
need to
I accept,
look at that.
Mr. Whitworth, it's never about prohibiting development in New South Wales. I accept that.
I don't think that's what I
Yeah.
said, Mr. Shoebridge.
Minister, do you know how much of the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley is flood affected? That means how much of the valley is under the probable maximum flood level? Do you have any idea about the scale of the problem?
So with respect to new residential development, are you talking about?
I'm asking how much of the valley is flood prone because it's below the probable maximum flood level? Do you know how big the problem is in Western Sydney?
Look, as I said, I think last year, of course, the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley had moderate to major flooding, which equates to between a 1 in 10 year chance to a 1 in 20 year chance flood event. The Hawkesbury River in the Nepean Valley is one of the most hazardous floodplains in the country. It's also been long identified as a growth area for Sydney. There's about 134,000 people that live and work on the floodplain, and of course total damages in the past have come into the billions of dollars.
Yep.
With respect to the percentage of that area...
Just how much? I don't need it as a percentage. How much? Is it a 1 square kilometre, 10 square kilometres? How much?
What I can say, and while we're seeking advice on that, is that in recent years the New South Wales Government has rejected proposals for the rezoning of land for further residential development at Windsor, Richmond and Emu Plains, and as mentioned before, we refused a proposal for 5,000 new homes at
Minister,
Penrith Lakes.
I'm going to help out here.
Well, that's nice.
Did you know
Change.
it was 425 square kilometres of the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley is considered flood-prone land because it's under the probable maximum flood level? Did you know that's the scale of the problem in Western Sydney? 425 square kilometres.
Okay, I'll take it if you say it. Yep.
Did you know that, though, before I told you
425
today?
Square kilometres.
Did you know that before I told you today?
Well, Mr. Shoebridge, I actually don't think any of us here had that actual figure. We obviously knew the import.
Mr. Ray, I was asking the Minister.
Mr.
Minister,
Ray?
did you know that before today?
Mr. Ray?
Before I told you?
So I think, Mr. Shoebridge, that figure sounds about right, but we didn't have the actual figure in front of us. Today, we would have gone and taken that question on notice.
Mr. Ray, I'm not asking if you could have found it out. I'm asking the Minister if he knew it.
We'll take that on notice.
Well, Minister, you can't really take on notice whether you know something today. Do you understand that? Do you understand the logical problem with that?
I'll take that on notice.
Did you know it today?
Order. The Minister's taken the question on notice, so he can reflect and give you the answer.
Oh, he can reflect on what he knows today.
Yeah.
Next question, Mr. Shoebridge. You've got 1 minute.
That is extraordinary.
Not a quiz.
Minister, why won't the New South Wales Planning Department issue a directive today
Policy.
and say nobody can build a new home, nobody can build a new residential
11 o'clock,
development
15 minutes.
on land that's below the probable maximum flood level in the Nepean Valley, so that we don't add to the problem? Why won't you issue a SEP today to do that?
I thought you hated SEPs.
Why won't you issue a SEP today to do that?
I only like SEPs that agree with you.
Is that your answer?
So-
No.
no,
So
I
right
just want
now,
some
there's
clarification.
425 square kilometres of Western Sydney at risk of flooding under the probable maximum flood level, and your answer is that kind of cheap jibe back. Is that your answer, Minister?
Warragamba Dam project.
So what I can say is that I will wait for the review, the independent review to take place, and we'll make determinations from there.
Well, are you aware, have you been briefed on, for example, the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley Flood Risk Management Strategy by Infrastructure New South Wales from 2017? Have you been briefed on that?
Yes.
Well, the first paragraph of that talks about there being 425 kilometres of flood-prone land. So you didn't get a very good briefing, did you?
No, it's, again, I'm taking time to reflect, and I'll give you, the advice on notice on the exact amount of kilometres in that valley, that once
You're
I
gonna do
review,
square
I'm gonna
kilometres?
click square kilometres.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Well, that concludes questioning for the time being, and we'll now have a morning tea break of exactly 15 minutes. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
You want coffee?
Oh, God, you're doing it now?
Yeah. But that's okay. It's just there.
Rising temperature or not?
No, it feels better.
Morning tea.
Round two.
And I'll now move to questions from the opposition, please.
Thank you. I wanted to just get a update of the floodplain development manual. My understanding is that it's currently out for public exhibition and that closes in April. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it is correct. It is.
Well, it's also the floodplain development manual is the responsibility of the Minister for the Environment. It's not part of the planning portfolio.
How's it going to work with the review that you've talked about this morning?
So my expectation for the...
Because you are in the same cluster, obviously.
Yep.
And are you the lead cluster minister?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So it is your problem.
Thanks. No, I think, there's a great opportunity there, and we'll be opening up submissions as part of this review, as you would do in any independent review.
Minister, I hate to keep asking you
Sorry.
this, but rather than you move forward, how about you just move the microphone to you? Bring it to you, and then you won't have to think about it anymore.
We'll pick up
towards
everything
you.
you say.
Yeah, that's it. Zoom it in right to close to you.
All you think.
Excellent.
Thank you. Look,
Better.
yeah, my expectation as with any independent review is that it would be open up for all of government to take a role in or participate in, as with organisations, councils, members of parliament, anyone who has a particular interest, be it technical or people just have an opinion, would be open to everyone.
Sure, but Minister, I mean, this floodplain development manual is the guide for councils, is it not, in relation to making all of these decisions? I mean, I'm concerned that we've got a review. The Premier's announced a review. Resilience New South Wales is doing something, although no one's quite sure what. You've announced a review here, and yet one of the very, very key documents in relation to how communities through councils manage floodplain risk, you're saying is now a matter for the Environment Minister, and it's unclear to me how that fits with your review.
If I could clarify that, it would be my opinion, and I'll seek further clarification. But that would be something that would inform the review. So that would be included in that, Mr. Ray.
Yes, Ms. Sharp. I mean, clearly, that's going to be a relevant matter because it relates to a
directly
range.
relevant, correct?
Yeah, a relevant matter because it relates to a range of different things, but it does feed into the planning system. So clearly, that's going to be a relevant matter for the independent reviewer to comment on. The independent reviewer will talk to, the relevant experts at environment, energy and science. And, clearly, I would imagine that environment, energy and science will make available to the independent reviewer the submissions and all of that information that's come out of the public exhibition. So I would anticipate that it would be a resource, that process would be a resource that would feed into the review, and then the review would then feed into that process as well. So I think that's, clearly it's within the cluster, and that will be, that interface will be managed.
Is it possible that we end up with a floodplain development manual that would come out before you finish your review?
I think that's highly unlikely.
But possible?
I'm not going to put a probability question onto it. But
I'm actually not trying to be cute here.
Sure, okay.
I think it's quite a serious...
Yeah.
My confusion, which I think is the community's confusion, is that I'm not sure how many reviews the government as a whole is now doing in relation to this current disaster. Because you've announced one, the Premier's announced one. As we said, Resilience New South Wales, we think, is doing one because we think that's their job, maybe. And at the same time, there's this whole, this is the Bible as far as I understand it in terms of floodplain management. It hasn't been updated since 2005. It worries me that this could end up, you could end up with a document over here that's not, yes, maybe has fed in a fairly opaque process, Look,
I can see where you're coming from and what you're getting at, but can I assure you that as we go through, again, the disaster management side of this, as I said before, we have the response, and we are now standing up prepared to work in with recovery. And it would be my expectation, and I'll certainly take that on board, to ensure that I would say this review will be the principal review to which other reviews or responses of government feed into around the planning aspect.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to ask you about the impact of the flooding, obviously, on the current plans for the Northwest Growth Area. Are you able to tell me how many, I think the first question is just how many lots there are in the Northwest Growth Area that have been rezoned for housing?
Mr. Ray, or Mr. Whitworth, I'll pass to.
Thank you, Minister. I'd have to do a bit of a calculation based on. So we'd have to take that on notice, but I can tell you that I can tell you the areas that we've had rezonings for. Your question is about the Northwest Growth Area, not the bits that are flood prone within the Northwest.
Well, it's the whole area, and then I was going to ask you about the impacted flood areas. So you want to start with the big number first?
The big number, I don't have an aggregated big number, but what I can tell you is...
Can you take it on notice, though,
Yeah, we can happily take that on notice. I can tell you that there are a number of rezonings: Tallawong Station, Schofields, Box Hill, Marsden Park,
Colby, North Kellyville.
Colby, North
Riverston.
Kellyville, yes. Yes, Riverston, East Stage 1 and 2, and Vineyard.
How do you want that broken down?
Beg your pardon?
How would you like that broken down?
Well, I want to know how many lots are rezoned for residential within that, and then the second question is how much are affected by flood, and what has changed, which is really leading me to my final question, which is how much has changed given what we've experienced and are experiencing now. I mean, it seems to me that even the best laid models, we're now actually living them in real time. Whether there is currently a review being undertaken of those lots before they've commenced to see whether some of those will continue to be approved and what the process is for that.
So, look, I can tell you that in the Northwest Growth Area, future residential rezoning of land in the Northwest area, including Marsden Park North, West Schofields and Riverston East, Stage 3, have been paused. And that's why, at the moment we're looking at evacuation, constraints and capacity for growth, and we continue to investigate those. And
so they're the three. So, and just to clarify, Minister, so my understanding was that planning was underway with those, but they're the ones that have been paused. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And so these other ones that have been through rezoning, is there another review of those to look at it, given what's happened recently?
Ms Sharp, no. I think Mr Whitworth answered the question that they are not in the flood-affected areas of the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley, and so they've been rezoned.
And you don't anticipate that any of those will have to be rethought through?
No, through you, Minister. No, there's And again, this is where it gets into a little bit of the science, because it's so we have identified, and using the flood standard of the 1 in 100 chance per year flood standard, we've identified that development in certain areas of the Northwest Growth Area, which may be affected by a larger, more extreme event flood, is suitable. But we've also done that on the basis that we can provide sufficient evacuation capacity to enable people to evacuate and to minimise the risk to life. So the pause that the Minister has identified is a pause to enable us to consider the evacuation capacity of the valley. It's also a fundamental part of the Hawkesbury, the government's response to the broader Hawkesbury Nepean Valley issues, and ties in with the work that we have been asked to do on a number of things: the evacuation management strategy, a regional land use framework for the Hawkesbury Nepean, and the improved coordination, signage of evacuation processes, and so on. So there are areas where we have identified development as being suitable, and they have been rezoned, and there is development there, and there are people living there. We know that in the most recent event, so in the March last year event, and even in the most recent event, those areas were not affected by flooding because that flood was not up to the 1 in 100 chance per year line. So we are comfortable there, but we also know that we need to continually plan to ensure that any additional development that occurs in the area, people can be safely evacuated, taking into account the fact that we've already got development both in those areas as well as development in places like Windsor and Richmond.
But the plan is the development will happen, but it's about whether people, so they will be building, they could get flooded, but they'll be able to get out.
And that's that, and that we require, and we had done, when we released the draft plans for the zoning of West Schofields and Marsden Park North, we talked about more resilient building controls as well, ensuring that people could recover more quickly, so that their buildings were more structurally sound. They could recover more quickly if there was a more extreme event flood.
And what's the time frame on reviewing? So there's the pause. When do you think you'll be revisiting the decision to go ahead or not with these?
I think it would be critical to ensure that we allow the greater independent review to be completed first.
So you see the review you announced this morning is also picking up on this issue?
I think it would have to. We'd have to, Mr. Castle, discuss that, but certainly I think that would be a very common sense and sensible approach, to ensure that that's captured.
Okay. I might move on to something slightly different now, Minister. There's been media reports of the government planning to provide stamp duty concessions to encourage people to move away from floodplains. Are you able to give us some detail about that?
No, I can't.
So you can't tell us what the size of the concession being considered would be?
No, I can't.
Or eligibility?
No, I can't.
Can you not because you don't know, or you're choosing not to provide that information? Why cannot you provide more information on this proposition that was on the front of the newspaper?
Look, it's probably a matter for Treasury and the Treasurer, but I can't provide that information at this stage. All I can say is that there are a number of options being looked at with respect to increasing, the opportunity for people to purchase their own homes.
This is one of them. This is one of the options that's been considered.
This has been, put on the front page of the paper.
I'll be very frank with you. I'm sharing the same resource as you are with respect to this.
That being the Sydney Morning Herald.
That's correct.
You're the Minister for Homes, though. It's sort of not even so much in your planning capacity. You're the Minister for Homes. You were involved in the shared equity thought bubble that, occurred a few weeks ago. Now, that's fine, but you were part of that. This is very much in that same space. As Minister for Homes, you're telling us you found out about it reading the Sydney Morning Herald.
All I can say is there's obviously a whole of government approach with respect to this.
And you're not part of that, clearly.
And those approaches...
Order. Please let the Minister answer the question.
And those, again, whole of government approach, and as we ensure that working together in delivering a package to support individuals getting into their own homes, obviously, from what I understand from the Herald, that may be one of them.
So, Minister, sorry.
No, you go.
So, Minister, you see the fundamental problem with this, which is that if people are living in an area where they're now not going to be able to build, the idea that they can then not utilise that asset to sell and be able to move to a new place makes the idea about stamp duty fairly irrelevant, don't you think?
Look, I can't comment on that.
It's just that this is actually obviously of critical importance to people right now. They're thinking about their future. What am I going to do? They read in the newspaper, oh, okay, maybe I'll be able to move and not pay stamp duty. That could be of real interest to me. I might want to utilise that. For them to hear that there's no detail that you can provide and that as Minister for Homes, you weren't even aware that this was being floated publicly by your government until you read about it in the newspaper, that's not going to fill them with confidence that there is a coherent strategy to get people into long-term stable housing?
No, what I'm saying is that I can't say as to whether or not that newspaper report was correct, but it would be a matter for the Treasurer. So,
I mean, when you say you cannot say whether or not it was correct, that to me, I draw the conclusion from that you were not and have not been consulted about that proposition. And as the Minister for Homes, who is responsible for homes, it would concern me, does it not concern you, that would happen, that you would have not been consulted about that?
No, it would not. Again, we're dealing with a hypothetical here insofar as all of government is preparing, obviously, responses for the recovery phase. And obviously, if it's been worked on and there's been a number of departments working on various issues.
Look, if the Treasury officials are listening, someone should loop in Anthony, okay? So just anyone.
Thank
listening.
you. Yes.
Do you imagine that this idea will be included in your review?
No, it wouldn't be included in our review with respect to, and again, not having seen the completed terms of reference, which is being independently put together with the independent overseer and leader and in the department. Again, we will be very much looking at the planning side of things. So what the government decides to do from a Treasury perspective is a matter for Treasury, and what is ever brought before the Cabinet.
We've got another review, so we're now up to 5, I think.
The review, sorry?
Well, if it's someone else's problem in government, they'll be looking at it in a separate review, one would presume.
Well, proposals, not necessarily a review, but it could be a proposal. But again, I, as much as I'd like to tell you more, I can't.
I want to dig into what is actually happening in relation to housing and housing affordability, which I had understood as Minister for Homes and Planning, because planning, whilst not the entire solution, is obviously a critical part of the solution you were responsible for. So how is that being coordinated? Does I have to get the exact name, the Cabinet Subcommittee on Housing, what's it called here? Yep, the Special Cabinet Committee on Housing Supply Issues. Does that still exist?
No, it's there are subcommittees of Cabinet.
Yep. Okay, is one of them on housing?
No.
Ms Jackson, my understanding is that there will be oversight through one of the Cabinet subcommittees, probably the Infrastructure Committee.
Who told you that, Mr Ray? How did you gather that understanding?
I can't recall at the moment how I got that understanding, but I was told that there will be a process.
And so the Cabinet Subcommittee on Infrastructure is your understanding?
Yes.
Minister, does that accord with your understanding of who is responsible for this whole of government housing response?
It would come through, because of the nature that could require funding, it would come through that committee.
Okay, and you chair that committee, or does Minister Stokes?
Minister Stokes.
Chair that, but you're on that committee.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so we've got the Cabinet Subcommittee on Housing there, bringing it together, these housing issues. So in terms of regional housing specifically, the strategy that you have articulated, you are working on with DPI, that is going to that committee? I mean, is that, and that's the sort of oversight of the delivery of that strategy?
Delivery and expenditure.
Mm-hmm. And so what is the expenditure that you envisage associated with that regional housing strategy?
Okay, I'll just come to you next.
That will be a matter for that committee to address and discuss.
Correct statement of how the process works, and I'm asking you, as the Minister for Homes, who is developing the strategy, what are you going to be putting forward? What's your case to them about what is needed to deliver your regional housing strategy?
That's a matter for me to take to the committee, and it being a Cabinet committee, I'm not in the position to outline that.
Will there be any money? Can you tell me that? Will there be any new expenditure associated with the delivery of the regional housing strategy?
I would expect so.
Okay, good. Now, and so the $1 million for the regional flying squads and I think it was $30 million or $33 million for the...
$30 million for the regional housing fund.
Yeah, so are they part of that process? Are they part of the regional housing strategy and part of that expenditure?
Oh, I don't know. You're not going to pick me up on this. That's old money.
That's old money. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
But thank
very
you.
much. We will now move to the government for a few questions.
Thank you. Yes, just one question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Minister, is there anything in relation to the questions and the evidence that's been gathered so far today that you wanted to add to or amplify? I just wanted to give you that opportunity.
Look, thank you.
You've got that at 12 o'clock. You've actually got 15 minutes at the end for this.
Well,
Okay.
you're not the chair. The chair just goes to
No,
call.
but there's actually...
We normally do government crossbench times. The
government
crossbench
made a
not here,
decision
we
this
get the
morning.
time, and then you get 15
You were
minutes at
late.
the end. I was late too, but...
Oh, I think we'll allow the one question
Okay,
to
sorry.
continue.
One
Just
question.
in the
Really,
spirit of...
It's someone who's experiencing the floods.
I'm just finding this very stressful.
Sure.
So would you like to answer that
Yeah,
question?
look, and look, one thing I think is coming out on this, and we're all in strong agreement that there needs to be a review based on what is before us now. As we move through the response and into recovery, there needs to be a very strong piece of work done to underpin future planning policy and process. And I want to thank, again, those councils that we're working with. And I want to just probably clarify that, look, I could have come down here today and not given this committee the evidence that we were standing up this independent review. I'm sorry that we are not at the point of providing the information specifically around the terms of reference, but I did that in very much good faith, to assure this committee as we work through into the recovery mode that we are doing everything we can in planning to provide probably a much better planning framework in response to these weather events. But I think the point here, very much so, is around ensuring that we get people housed in the short term. And today, of course, I think Minister McLaren-Jones has announced 120 mobile sort of housing vehicles that'll be delivered. And what that does is takes pressure off any sort of existing rental market or what's left there. But again, we'll continue to work through this.
Sorry, Minister, just to be clear, I mean, there's 2,000 houses. 120 mobile homes are great, but the scale of this is much bigger.
Well, it's a good start to... We're trying to clear the evacuation.
Again, this is the first part of the response moving into recovery. That we need to do things such as provide housing, immediately for those people that are currently in our evacuation recovery centres. I think from my discussions with the honourable member and people, sort of on the ground in, particularly Lismore and Ballina, in those recovery centres, you have many people. Who are quite happy to be, well, not happy to be there, but people who are there, and they tend to be from, particularly around our social housing point of view, perspective. If you are not in a cohort that is normally at risk, you are in a recovery generally or evacuation centre. If you are someone that has friends to go to, or the ability to move for the time being, I think people have done that. But I just want to make it very clear that we will continue to work across government to ensure that through the response then into the recovery phase, that we come up with a coordinated approach. And once again, look, we stand ready to assist those councils in ensuring that when it comes to the rebuild, the Department of Planning is standing standing with them, and we'll provide whatever assistance we can.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Did you?
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
That's right.
great. Thank
I'll
you.
just have a question, a couple of questions, and I'll move on to the opposition. I'm not sure, Minister, if you're aware of the Kamei Ferry Wharves project. It's a building of wharves between La Perouse and Canal. in order to reinstate a ferry service. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions about this. So if you aren't on top of it, you'll probably be taking these questions on notice.
No, well, if we could answer you today, sir, we will.
Okay. So there is concern from the community and from the EPA that there have been failures to meet the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements in terms of, firstly, the consultation process, and that there hasn't been meaningful and effective engagement with key interest groups as they have not been consulted. And also the EPA, in their submission, has stated that the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements have not been met. Quote from the EPA, as the nature and extent of contamination have not been fully assessed, unquote. They state that a detailed site investigation involving more testing is required. So my question, Minister, is that would the Minister consider referring this project to an independent planning committee for appropriate scrutiny to ensure the integrity of the process, considering we not only have community concerns, environmental groups concerns, but even the government department or the independent department of the EPA have raised concerns. And the concern is that this is, been marked to go ahead, but they're calling on the Minister, yourself, to halt it until such an investigation is done and the report has been furnished.
Thank you, sir. Look, I can tell you that the department is currently assessing the proposal. Mr. Ray or acting...
So what I'm, Minister, I might just say a few words and then pass to Ms Sargent. But obviously we're aware of those issues. The department's aware of those issues, and there have been engagement with the proponent and with the EPA over those issues, and the proponent's been asked to address those issues that were raised by the EPA, and I would expect that all those issues would be fully assessed, and the EPA's views about whether they'd been appropriately addressed in the material that has been forwarded since the EPA submission would be a critical matter for the department to consider before making any recommendation in relation to that. But I might just pass to Ms Sargent if she would like to add anything further on this question.
Thank you. Probably the only thing that I'd like to add is that we did receive a response from...
Move the microphone a little bit closer to you, thank you. It helps Hansard as well. Yeah.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay.
Seems to be a common issue in my department, including the Minister. Sorry.
We have received a response from the proponent responding to the issues that were raised in the submissions. However, we still do have some outstanding concerns, particularly in relation to the matters that EPA have raised. And we have requested that the proponent address some of those outstanding issues further, and we're still waiting for that response. So as has already been said, the application is under assessment. And we will ensure that all of those matters are properly addressed.
So no work is going to commence until those matters are addressed, or not?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now, seeing that there's no other crossbenchers here, I'll move on to the opposition.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr Chair. So I'm just going to ask a couple more questions about regional housing. Just in terms of the strategy, can you give us any more information about what might be some of the meat on those bones? What are the actual plans that you have, or that are, even if they're in development, to address the crisis that we have in housing in regional New South Wales?
Look, thank you. As I said before, on coming back to this portfolio, I made it abundantly clear to the department that we have an issue in regional New South Wales. You don't have to go to regional New South Wales without knowing about it, but you talk to anyone in regional New South Wales and you're saying our teachers, doctors, nurses, police, tradies, social housing, there is an issue there. Then that's why I think priority, well, I know it is to redirect the department into a more regional focused, basically environment And so, again, reaching out to local councils and delivering upon some of the work that's already been done around identifying where we need houses and homes in regional New South Wales, looking at the assets we've got, and I'll pass it over to Deb in a second about what we're doing with land and housing there, but the opportunities there for us to assist councils with their DAs. So we're about is it 30% down on planners generally across the board? Would that be correct?
Minister, I'd have to check the actual figures, but clearly in some regional councils are having considerable difficulty in attracting staff, yes. So
then that's a key issue where you have people that just want to build a home, and that's taking 300 days to go through, assessments, let alone rezoning proposals and so forth. So that's why we're providing that extra money, $1 million between now and 30th of June. And as I said, Ms Jackson, that if it requires more money, I'll provide that out of our own existing budget.
I actually am really pleased to hear that it's such a priority for you, and I see that that is genuine. I guess my question is, this isn't actually a new problem. The government has even done the Regional Housing Task Force. Stuff has happened in terms of looking at this problem. It's now time to move urgently to the action stage. One of the only specific things I got out of that response was working with councils on rezonings and approvals. It's just that the Regional Housing Task Force explicitly said that faster rezonings and approvals won't solve the problem. And in fact, their view was that there is sufficient zone land for housing. It's just that turning those approvals into completions and delivering the infrastructure was the problem. So, the work that you've already done has in a way belied the response that you've given. What are you doing about the findings of the Regional Housing Task Force?
So it's obvious that where we can assist councils on the delivery of infrastructure, we should be taking the forefront there and providing that money up front to assist them in actually, and we've done it before when I was Minister last time in some of the key centres where we delivered funding up front, for example, for roads or other services to enable those homes to be built. But we're also looking at new ways that will be announced shortly, and that is delivering new homes through cooperative measures, through land councils, through utilising Crown lands, utilising, again, the land and housing side of the department. We also have now, and I'll be, again, quite happy to say it, we're speaking with some of the superannuation firms, or funds, to see what they can do about providing housing in cooperation with us as an investment. So we're looking at all avenues, plus as well, we're looking at a number of opportunities. So not just on the supply side, because again, it's not just about supply. There are other levers that need to be pulled. So there are some financial levers with respect to getting people into a home, but there's also what we're looking at doing is effectively a home for everyone across New South Wales. I mean, it shouldn't be the great Australian dream, it should be a reality. So all I can say further to that, and I've just been reminded about the Regional Housing Fund of $30 million.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I see that fund was in a way a response to the Regional Housing Task Force, delivering at least an effort, $1.4 million per council, but a number of councils that are in complete crisis, Byron Shire, areas around Kiama, Coffs Harbour, Bellingen, were not eligible for the fund. Why were so many councils who are experiencing extreme housing issues not eligible for the Regional Housing Fund?
Just a point on that. This will be the last question from the opposition.
Oh, we're going to go to Abigail, are we?
And then we'll go to Ms Boyd for 10 minutes.
Abigail.
But Minister, please answer that question, and then we'll go to Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you. I'll pass to who is with respect to, I believe it was with respect to funding rounds, but that's not to say that this is not going, there will not be further rounds, I hope.
Okay.
But I think it's just, the Argyle estate is a good opportunity where we can start using these as models. Coomer's the same, to deliver more housing to regional New South Wales.
Yep. Does anyone have an answer about why all of those? I mean, I mentioned a few, but there's others.
So, Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Minister. So the fund was open to councils who weren't eligible to apply under the New South Wales Public Spaces Legacy Program that was announced in 2020.
Yep.
And
I hate to interrupt. Could you just move your microphone closer to you?
And it was particularly focused on councils that were experiencing the highest level of demand so the highest housing pressures. So due to their size, the councils that are eligible are expected to provide a lot of housing, and so they were the natural focus for infrastructure grants to help unlock that housing.
I've got more questions on that, but I'll pause them for Ms Boyd to take up.
Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you both, and good morning.
Good morning.
We are still in the morning, aren't we? I think, just? Very good.
You can breathe a sigh of relief. She's very nice most of the time.
All lies.
Where's the other one gone?
The good cop, bad cop. That's right.
He's going through your file.
I wanted to ask you, Minister, about Scope 1 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions from projects that the department has approved. I had a conversation in estimates in relation to environment previously, where we talked about how we could ensure that new mining projects actually complied with greenhouse gas emission limits, basically. Anyway, we went round in circles, but we got to the point where it appears that although the department and the IPC can put conditions onto an approved mine, there's no mechanism for actually ensuring that those conditions are complied with, but also that the EPA doesn't have, or does have the power, but chooses not to, put any kind of Scope 1 emissions limitations on its licences. So my question to you with that background is, what are you, basically, are you concerned, and what can the department do to ensure that Scope 1 emissions limits are complied with?
I can't speak on behalf of the EPA, but can I say I have a very strong record, and that is the law is the law, and regulations need to be followed, and any determination by the IPC around the scope of their decision needs to be enforced. And if you have regulations and laws, they need to be enforced. But I'll ask Mr. Ray to outline that further by way of process.
Thank you. And just to clarify before we do that, I understand that there are no enforceable conditions, and that's the concern that we have here. But if you could...
Ms Boyd, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that statement, but let me try and explain the situation. So obviously, modelling, the broader modelling shows that the government's on track to meet its target of a 50% reduction from 2005 levels by 2030. So that's the broad brush approach. And the department assesses the applications that are before it in relation to coal mines and fully considers, and I had actually this discussion with Mr Shoebridge earlier on this morning, as well as Scope 3 emissions, and fully considers each of those in the assessment of individual coal mining projects. And that's done in accordance with some economic guidelines. The assessments are done in accordance with some economic guidelines in relation to mining, which deal with the question of externalities, a cost-benefit analysis framework that's been around for probably around about maybe 7 years, 6 or 7 years, that was updated most recently from a technical point of view in 2018. And then, and generally the conditions that have been imposed on projects that were recommended by the department and accepted by the Independent Planning Commission have been ones that require the minimisation of greenhouse gases, Scope 1 and Scope 2, that are reasonable and feasible in the circumstances. So I don't agree that there's not an enforceable condition because, over time, as technologies improve, things may become more reasonable and feasible to do to reduce the scope of those emissions. And there is a program because there's an auditing program. So there's an audit every 3 years. Those emissions for each mine are audited, and if there are technologies that come on stream that make things that weren't reasonable and feasible. 3 years ago, if they are now.
Could I bring you to a specific example so that you can explain it to me? So, Maules Creek, for instance, estimated a particular level of Scope 1 emissions when it was going through the approval process. It is calculated to emit well over 300, 400% of that estimate. Clearly it got the estimate wrong, but that estimate formed part of the basis for why it was approved. What can the department now do about that?
Right. So the advice that I have, and I just will have to get my note in relation to that, but the advice I have about that question on Maules Creek is that what has happened in that case is that there were, as you say, there were predictions in the EIS, and there was concern that there was a greater amount of emissions, fugitive emissions, Scope 1 fugitive emissions, than were predicted in the environmental assessment. So the advice that's before me, and part of that seemed to be linked to the mine having to dump out of pit, so therefore the haulage was greater. And so people obviously were concerned about that. The advice that I actually have is that the problem was that there are two methods of calculating. It was a methodological issue. There were two methods of calculating those emissions. In the EIS, they used method 2, and they reported on method 1. And so the advice that I have is that when those issues were examined, the difference in the reporting mechanism was identified, and I'm advised that when the appropriate method was applied, the method 1, which is the same as what was in the EIS, that the emissions are actually under what was predicted. So in that case, an emission standard was used, like a methodology was used in the original EIS, but they reported using a different methodology for a number of years. And when that was investigated and the original methodology was applied, they were actually meeting their emissions requirements.
And that's the same for the others that have been identified, is it? So, for example, the Narrabri underground mine that's apparently emitting 240 to 340% of its estimate.
So I would have to go back and check that. I don't have that information. I'll take that on notice.
So clearly I can't dispute the information you give me about Maules Creek. I don't know.
Sure.
I can have a look at that. But just theoretically, if you had investigated and it turned out that actually they were exceeding those thresholds quite significantly, what action could the department then take?
Well, I mean, that is a hypothetical. I've already explained the question of reasonable and feasible. I mean, there was an independent environmental audit of Maules Creek last year, which found that they were complying with...
Okay, but I'm trying to get to the point of what is the consequence for these mining companies if they don't comply. If there had been an underestimate of the Scope 1 emissions and it was then investigated and found to be actually, yes, it's so much higher, what would the department then be able to do?
So, so let me answer it in this way. Obviously, I've already spoken about the reasonable and feasible minimisation condition, and so the department would obviously look about what could take place under that, and then I would have to take on notice, because I'm not familiar with the actual the full details of the development consent for Maules Creek, but it would be a matter that would play out under the conditions of the consent for Maules Creek.
So if a condition has been breached, then there is a power of the department to take some action.
Yes.
That's
that power, depending on the nature of condition, that power can be a criminal power, a penalty notice, or a prosecution.
Yep.
Or depending on the nature of condition, it can be remedial work.
So some of these mining consent or conditions. Sorry, I've forgotten the phrase that you just used. The conditions are, we're talking hundreds of conditions.
Yes.
Is that entirely reliant on self-reporting or for somebody to find these things out, or does the department do any active investigation to make sure that there is a compliance with those conditions?
So Ms. Boyd, the department does a number of things. As I said, the mine has to provide annual reporting of these things. There is an audit requirement every 3 years, but if for whatever reason, whether it's because of information that comes through to the department from some other source, or whether it's information that comes through in reporting, that the department needs to investigate something because there's a non-compliance, then the department can do that and does that.
There's no chair.
Yeah,
No, I have the auspicious position of acting deputy chair while the deputy chair is out of the room and we've lost our
Chair has
chair.
COVID.
Make sure you put that on the CV.
Is that
It's
only
very important, very important. I feel very,
Just 10 minutes, though?
yeah, it was.
Could I continue with the crossbench time, or was that already taken?
That was already taken.
Okay, sorry, continue.
So, Mr. Searle, you're up.
From the Jubilee Room.
Thank you. Minister, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. 5 by 5.
Minister, why did you sack Kirsten Fishburn as soon as you took over as Minister for Planning again?
I didn't sack her.
Well, she was the Secretary of the Department. She'd only just taken up her role.
It's really Rob Stokes.
Don't intervene. Don't interject, Mr. Mallard.
Minister, you can answer it any way you like, but I've asked the question. Why did you remove her as Secretary of the Department?
Well, she wasn't sacked. When the Premier contacted me and asked me to take on the responsibility of being Minister for Planning and Minister for Homes, the Premier at the time outlined his expectations for me to achieve, how to achieve this with the departments. And this was to be particularly focused on housing affordability and supply significantly in regional New South Wales. At the time of the reshuffle, the Premier allowed for cluster leaders and ministers to choose their secretary. And with the Premier's expectations in mind, I believe that the person that could lead the department with experience in housing supply and regional New South Wales was Mick Castle. I contacted Mr Coots-Trotter and advised him of my request. And can I just say for the record, I believe Kirsten Fishburn to be a tremendously hard worker and very experienced, and she is an extremely valuable asset to the New South Wales government. And from that, the Secretary of DPC offered Kirsten an alternative role in another area of government.
Yes.
Okay. So the change in her role didn't occasion any payout to her? She just moved into that newest Deputy Secretary role at Transport?
I'm not aware of it's a very mercantile question. I'm not aware of, I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm very happy to take it on notice.
That's good. During 2020 and 2021, the department paid more than $14 million in various redundancies. Can you advise the committee why the amount was so high and how many staff were made redundant in that period?
2021, the years?
Yeah, 2021 and 2020.
Okay, having not been the minister at the time, I probably have a bit of an idea about corrections and counter-terrorism. I'm
sure your agency staff with you would be able to hazard a guess.
A guess or
Take that on notice.
a guess or facts? Well, you'd probably take a guess.
Or facts.
Let me just. Do we have any? Yeah. Can I ask Mr. Castle?
Sure.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Searle, I think I'll take those on that question on notice. I obviously wasn't in charge of DPE at that stage as well, and I'm not. That's a number that I've not had a previous discussion about. So I'd rather take that on notice so that I don't mislead you at all and get an exact breakdown. But I will say the conditions under which senior executives are employed at the department is covered by the legislation, and the legislation requires a 38-week payout if that employment is terminated. So there's no discretion in that amount.
Okay. In previous estimates, questions were asked of the former secretary about the obligations on DPIE, as it then was, to meet the labour expenses cap set by central agencies. Has that pressure to meet those labour expenses caps generated the need for redundancies in DPE?
And I'll pass that to Mr. Castle. I can break down the labour expense cap and operating expenses and so forth, but I'll ask Mr. Castle to outline our position there.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Searle, I can't speak for Mr. Betts or Ms. Fishburn. I can say in my time that has not been a driving force in how we've restructured the organisation.
Okay. Do you expect, there was a number of machinery of government changes in December and they're still being worked through in your department. Can you outline what internal structural changes you're expecting to be required as a result of those?
Mr. Castle.
Thank you, Mr. Searle. I think I've been very public in saying I think we have too many senior executives, and I would like to move more people to delivering frontline services. So I would expect there'll be some minor tweaks as we streamline operations. Obviously, in the time I've come in, the floods have come up, so I need to consider that as well and how we're going to respond to that. But if there's any movement at this point in time, it will be in senior executive positions. Okay. So bearing that in mind, do you foresee any staff cuts or redundancies as a result of that in the rest of this financial year?
Mr. Castle.
Thank you. I don't see any forced redundancies or staffing cuts below senior executive level, no.
Okay.
And we meet regularly with the unions, and I've given them that commitment as well.
Okay.
I think, back to me now. I wanted to ask about Communities Plus. So obviously you're familiar, Minister, with the Communities Plus program. Yes. Hansard, he's nodding.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
10-year commitment, 2015 to 2025. How many new, not replacement, new net additional social housing dwellings has Communities Plus delivered?
Can I ask, I'll pass to Mr. Castle. Having some expertise in this matter.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I think the Communities Plus model is a great model, and I think the objectives are tremendous. I will pass to Ms. Brill to run you through those numbers, but I do want to reiterate there are processes to go through including community and tenant consultations, which sometimes make these revitalising projects challenging. And I think we need to keep that in mind when we're assessing whether the projects have been successful or not.
So, yeah,
Ms. Brill?
thanks, Ms. Brill. My question was how many new net additional social housing dwellings has it delivered?
Ms Jackson, the commitment under future directions for the first pillar of which was new supply, so Communities Plus is captured there, talks about replacing new and replacement social housing with 23,000 properties. Mm-hmm. So the numbers I have, and I'm happy to talk you through them, are actually a combination of new and replacement. So I will take on notice. No, I will take on that notice. But given that was the commitment, that's how we record those figures. But absolutely happy to take on notice and split those out for you.
Okay. I mean, I'll have, if you have a figure there, what is that?
Right. So between July 2016 and December 2021, we've had 3,524 new homes, so that's across social, affordable and private housing delivered. Of those, 2,393 social, and so that will be the new and replacement social, 101 affordable and 1,030 private dwellings. Also, if you're interested, I can talk with you about the numbers that we have committed, so what we have in
We
the
might get into that this afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Brill. Minister, we're going to take on notice how many of those 2,393 are actually new. Let's just some of those are replacements, some of those are new. That commitment was for 23,000 made in 2015 running to 2025, and we've delivered 3,500. I mean, it's a catastrophic failure, isn't it?
Look, we'll continue. My commitment is to ensure that we continue delivering on social and affordable housing. And
but you're not delivering, Minister.
You're actually not. You said 23. It's 2022. You've delivered 3,500 homes. A number of those are not even new homes. They're upgraded homes. That's fine to upgrade homes. But that is a very, very poor record more than halfway through a program, isn't it?
What I would say is that my commitment is to deliver upon our plans in regional New South Wales to increase the number of social and affordable homes there. And I'll have more to say about that into the future. But anything to do with issues around what we've achieved or have not quite achieved in the past, I'll refer to either Deb or Michael.
It's probably, with your permission, Minister, worth also noting that the first pillar of future directions also really focused on increasing the capacity and supply through community housing providers. So one of the things that the social housing system has worked really hard to do is to increase that capacity with community housing providers. We have increased the number of houses that community housing providers manage, and through that they will be able to deliver more social housing as well. I'd also note that while those figures I provided you, Ms Jackson, were from Land and Housing Corporation, the assumption in that first pillar of future directions was also around innovative financing and around other mechanisms that would lead to growth. So when we're looking at the whole, we also need to take into account the Social and Affordable Housing Fund, which is operated by Treasury with DCJ, and also the Community Housing Innovation Fund, which is operated by DCJ with the community housing sector. So if it's helpful, what we will do to take on notice is when we're talking about the new supply on LAC land, we can also talk about the new supply delivered under those two programs.
That's fine. That's fine if you want, if you wish to do that on notice, Ms. Brill. I appreciate that. It's just that this is often the case when we talk about social and public housing, which is that we know that there's a huge problem. The waiting list is now over 50,000 people, and when we get responses, there's references to all of these other programs, yet the actual numbers clearly show that very, very few new social housing properties are being delivered. I'll take you to the Waterloo estate. Why is this billion-dollar project only delivering 100 additional social housing dwellings when the City of Sydney, the relevant local government, suggested that that figure could be substantially more? Why has the government chosen to deliver so few additional social housing dwellings on this massive estate? We'll get to affordable, it's even worse.
Well, there's none there at the moment.
Order. Minister.
Why have you chosen a path that delivers so few additional social housing dwellings?
Can I just say that the Waterloo social housing estate is a mix of housing types over a 19-hectare area, located, of course, in the City of Sydney. The Waterloo renewal is one of Australia's largest residential projects. It will unlock significant metropolitan housing supply and is expected to produce some 6,000 new homes over 20 to 30 years, covering three main precincts, of course, Waterloo South, Waterloo Central and North. The renewal project is expected to be delivered in partnership with the private and not-for-profit sectors, including a developer, community housing provider, and...
I can read your press releases too, Minister.
I was wondering who did.
I'm asking you.
I didn't.
I'm asking you why you have chosen to redevelop Waterloo South in the way you have, which is delivering so few additional social housing dwellings when there were other options put that delivered substantially better results in terms of new social and affordable housing.
Well, I think you'll be surprised with some of the figures that we have for you. Deb? Nicely surprised.
So there are 749 dwellings there currently. Your proposal is going to have 854. I'm familiar with the figures. It could have been so much more than that. Why isn't it?
Deb?
Through the Minister. Ms Jackson, you would also be aware that Land and Housing Corporation did have higher aspirations for that site. However, we've gone through a range of planning processes to end up where we are. Sorry, I'm trying to look at you and talk to the microphone.
Thank you.
Actually, maybe take the microphone around so it's
put it at the right angle.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. To get to the numbers where we are now, but of course you're also aware that the process we use for Waterloo and other high value areas is that we are looking for the private housing to pay for the social and affordable housing on the site. Now that's the policy framework that we work in for high value areas, and one of the reasons that we do that is so that we can utilise other resources in regional areas where we don't have that land value. So when we first went to the master plan for Waterloo in January 2019, we were aiming for 2,380 social and affordable housing properties across all of the Waterloo estate. I mean, we have now we're dividing it into three, and we are just doing the south area at the moment. And we're looking at how we can best get social housing on that site. But you're right, where the planning proposal is up to at the moment, and that was released last week, we do have 847 social housing properties on the site.
Minister, to be fair to Land and Housing, they are operating within a policy framework that your government has imposed upon them, which is that you will not invest additional money in delivering social housing in these areas. It has to be self-funding. So you will not put additional money on the table to deliver social housing in these areas. That is the position of your government.
So can I just make a point here, just for clarification? I believe the framework in which it operates was actually imposed by a former government. That's correct?
You've been in government for 10 years, Minister.
And that's not going to work with me. Nice try.
So I think
it's your government's policy. You won't invest any new money, and so we have so few additional social housing dwellings being
pitch that as a question, please, Ms Jackson.
I asked a question, and he decided to make a political comment in response, which he's entitled to do. But
Well, I'd be remiss of me not to. But point taken. But I think what we need to actually address is that there is new money coming in. We've had the stimulus money. Deb, did you want to outline that?
I'm happy to, Minister. Yes, there has been stimulus money.
Is this the $880 million?
$866.4 million.
So the Victorian government have committed over $5 billion. Queensland, over $2 billion. That money was fast-tracking already committed social and affordable housing developments. And that's your response.
Well, it was a response to you saying that there was no additional money. We have had additional money.
To fast-track commitments that you'd already made. There was no new commitments under that, or very few new commitments under that. Is that not the case?
Mr Castle?
I'll pass the question to Ms Brill in a moment, but having run the Land and Housing Corporation at that time, I don't believe that statement is correct.
How many new social housing dwellings were a result of that $880 million?
Well, I'll do a point of order.
Point of order, Mr Mallard.
Mr Castle was saying, I don't believe that statement was correct. And he needed to go on to say what the correction was, and it was cut off by the member. I think he should be allowed, if he's saying it's not correct, he should be allowed to finish off that statement.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. Ms Jackson, you actually might get an answer if we let him finish.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Castle.
We have many projects in the pipeline that are ready to go to market. The money released those projects and allowed us to take them to market. The pipeline of future projects is managed extremely well inside LAC, and I might just now hand over to Ms Brill, who can talk to you about the pre-planning for those projects. So I just want to make the point. I think it's a little unfair to suggest all that money was already planned projects. If we didn't have already planned projects, the moment we got money, we'd end up sitting around for a couple of years trying to plan them. The pipeline always needs to be full.
Can I just might add to this? I've been given advice that from 2012 to 2021, the number of social homes increased some 8% in New South Wales, which was ahead of the national increase of some 4%. There was.
Is that a net figure, Minister?
It's an increase.
It's an increase.
No. Is it a net in terms of what's also been, does it take into account what's been sold off?
Of course it is. It's an increase.
Yeah.
It's the total number.
Total number.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No.
So we have...
Even in that time, Minister, total housing stock increased 14%. So as a percentage of total housing stock, New South Wales is going backwards, and it is the lowest it has been in 5 years.
So with respect to the growth, we've seen 8% in New South Wales, 2% in Victoria, 3% in Western Australia, 1% in Queensland, 8% in Tasmania, and negative 6% in South Australia. So I think reflecting, so while those other states are playing catch up, if you actually have a look at regarding the expenditure over the past 5 years, New South Wales has invested some $9.3 billion. Other states who invested less, with Victoria at $5 billion, Queensland at $4.9 billion, South Australia at $2.8 billion, and Western Australia at $3.8 billion. So I think it's important to compare apples with apples.
Okay, let's compare 2021 to 2024. The next few years, we're pushing ahead. We desperately need more housing. We desperately need more social housing. The Victorian and Queensland governments are responsible for 80% of new net additional social housing in that time. 80% between 2021 and 2024. from Victoria and Queensland.
Yeah, that's because they started late and they're playing catch up.
No.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move to the crossbench for questions. 10 minutes for Mr. Shoebridge and 10 minutes for Miss Boyd. First.
That's very kind.
That's okay.
I may not use my whole 10 minutes, and I'll give it back over.
Feel free.
Sorry.
Just coming back then to finish off these questions in relation to greenhouse
about
emissions
5 minutes,
and mining projects. I'm looking at the Net Zero Plan Stage 1 2020 to 2030 implementation update that was published last September, I believe. There's a statement in there on page 28 that talks about the state being on track to achieve the emissions reduction projections based on current policy settings. But then there's this line that says, and I'll quote, "In light of this, the New South Wales Government policy is that the New South Wales Government's objective set out in this plan to reduce emissions by 50% below 2005 levels by 2030 is not to be considered in the assessment or determination of development infrastructure applications under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, end quote. Is the result of this paragraph or that sentence an explicit policy guidance for the department that you are not to consider greenhouse gas emissions when you are approving coal mines?
Mr. Ray?
So, Ms. Boyd, the department's required to consider the policies that, including that policy. But the department actually does consider greenhouse gas emissions in each of its assessments in relation to coal mines, and I think you've yourself have got the evidence of that. In that assessment reports clearly articulate both, not both, but Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3. We're required to do that under the the State Environmental Planning Policy relating to mining. So while that statement is there in that document, the department has also got a very explicit reference in the mining state policy where it has to consider greenhouse gas emissions. So the department considers greenhouse gas emissions.
So then, Minister, this document is a little bit conflicting then. Will it be updated to, I guess, match what Mr. Ray is saying the actual requirements are on the department? Because at the moment it's saying that the greenhouse gas emissions are not to be considered in the assessment or determination of development infrastructure applications. So to just clarify that the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and that objective is not to be considered.
Can I seek advice from Mr. Ray?
So Ms. Boyd, clearly there is a bit of an inconsistency in the way that it's worded. I mean, that's a matter that obviously we'll take up with our colleagues at Environment and Energy. But as I said, the requirement for us to consider, there's an express requirement for the department to consider greenhouse gas emissions in the mining state policy. That's been there for a while, and the department's practice has been to consider greenhouse gas emissions for at least since the Anvil Hill case in about 2006.
And when you say consider greenhouse gas emissions, do you mean consider the objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, or do you mean it's just part of the assessment and part of the cost-benefit analysis?
Well, so the cost-benefit analysis is simply one tool that assists in the in quantifying those, those issues. But the department's consideration is a broader consideration, and that consideration is the one that's laid out in the mining state planning policy. And so obviously the question of the reduction, as I've said, the question of reduction of greenhouse gases is alive, is at the forefront of the department's consideration. I've already talked about the minimisation condition if things are reasonable and feasible. So yes, So the short answer is yes.
And if I can provide some assistance, I mean, the question of updating the document, I understand, could probably be in the hands of the Minister for the Environment, or the Energy Minister, I should say.
Okay.
So if you're still within the remit or scope of, questions, is it?
Yep, supplementaries.
Supplementaries.
Yeah, thank you, that's a good idea.
I would probably, to assist you there, probably direct it in his direction.
Thank you.
Always
Back
happy
to
to help.
Mr Shoebridge.
Like Service New South Wales.
Mr Shoebridge.
Chair. Thanks, Ms Boyd. Minister, you're aware that under the New South Wales Floodplain Development Manual, which guides planning decisions about building on the Hawkesbury Nepean floodplain, that councils are only required to consider the risk of flooding up to the 1 in 100 year floods. Were you aware of that? Were you aware of that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Minister, under the New South Wales Floodplain Development Manual, which is required to be considered by councils when they make their planning decisions, and indeed is implemented in part in the guideline for residential development on low flood risk land, that councils can only consider flooding up to the 1 in 100 year flood level unless they seek an application under exceptional circumstances to do differently. Were you aware of that?
I'll pass to Mr.
No,
Whitworth,
Minister,
thank you.
I'm asking if you're aware of it, and you can't pass that to somebody else. Were you aware of it?
This is
You're not aware of it?
It's a highly technical area, Mr Shoebridge.
Minister, it's the core issue. It's one of the core issues about planning right now in Western Sydney, whether or not people can build in floodplain land. And I'm asking you if you're aware of the current planning rules.
This is very technical. I'm not a planner. Right?
I can
You're
see
not
that.
A planner.
I can
But
see
you know
that.
what? Let's go to a planner.
No, but Minister,
and seek advice from the planner, Mr. Whitworth.
No, you're the minister.
No, point of order.
You're the
I will
minister.
take a point of order.
There is a point of order.
The member's
Ms. Cusack.
entitled to ask his questions, but he can't direct the minister's answer. He himself has been requested all of these advisors to attend the hearings in order to provide information as the minister refers it. So I ask that the minister be allowed to refer his answer to the officer that can give the member the information he says he's requesting.
To the point of order, I'm asking what the minister is aware of, what's in his knowledge, and that simply can't be referred to
No,
a
you're
department
directing
official.
the minister's
So
answer.
I'll rule on
Question
that now.
is fine. Directing the answer is
Jack,
not
I'll rule
fine.
now. The question is merely as to whether you are aware that this report or whatever it is Mr. Shoebridge is referring to, are you aware it exists? He's not asking you if you know the detail. Could you answer that question?
I'm certainly aware that it exists, but I'll pass to Mr. Whitworth to give the appropriate response as a planner, as an officer of the department.
Thank you, Minister.
So, Mr. Whitworth, my question was what the minister knew. So, if you can add any value to what the minister knows sitting there now, I'd be appreciative of it. My question was about what the minister knows. Do you know what the minister knows? Do you know what the minister knows?
Well, that would be a question from Mr. Whitworth to me.
So, Mr. Whitworth, do you know what's in the minister's brain at the moment?
Maybe have that chat later.
Do you know what's in the minister's brain at the moment, Mr.
Can I
Whitworth?
just ask, Mr Chair, the
Order.
member...
Ms Cusack, you're making a point of order?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I would ask that the member move on and ask budget estimates question
not a
because
point of
this is
order.
this is going in circles. The question's been asked multiple times and answered by the minister.
Okay, I'll rule on it. I don't think a question could be asked of somebody as to whether they were aware of what a minister knew or didn't know or was aware of. So I think we just continue with, if Mr Shoebridge, you want more detail as opposed to the minister's awareness or otherwise, let's go to the detail.
Well,
we may get there.
To you,
We
Mr.
may get
Chair,
there.
we may not.
With you in the chair, with you as the minister, we may not.
Order.
This is
Asking
true.
for information.
Okay, so in response to that, again, it's a document that belongs to the Minister of the Environment. I'm aware it exists, but it is very detailed and it is very technical. As a result, I'm trying to assist the honourable member, Senator Shoebridge, that Mr Whitworth may
Chair,
be able to provide.
Chair, I'm going to take a point of order.
Okay, we're going. Point of order,
The Minister
Mr.
doesn't get a
Shoebridge.
chance to just ramble. He has to answer questions.
When have I rambled? I have not rambled once
It's not some sort
today.
of James Joyce novel.
The approach
coming
that the
through.
member is taking that's
So I would like to
causing
be able to put a question. I would like to be able to put a question.
Order. The Minister has the privilege to answer the question in whatever way
Was no question.
he wishes to.
Here.
And if one is not satisfied with the answer, we then have to move on, Mr. Shoebridge.
But there currently is no question.
No, you haven't asked very many questions today. I mean, you just rambled all day, Mr. Shoebridge.
Okay, Minister, let us not get in. Let us not reduce the dialogue to that level.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I'm just
Let's
getting
keep it
frustrated.
respectful. So, Mr. Shoebridge, could you ask a question, please?
Minister, have any councils been given permission using the exceptional circumstances provisions to apply controls to planning over and above the 1 in 100 year flood level in the Hawkesbury Nepean zone?
I'll take that on notice.
Mr Whitworth, through you.
No,
Minister.
I'm taking that question on notice. I'm not directing it. I'll take it on notice.
Well, Minister, are you aware of the fact that there are currently 10,000 homes potentially about to be built in the Blackdown LGA itself in potentially flood-prone land? Are you aware of the fact that that's the scale of the problem? 10,000 homes in just the Blackdown LGA itself.
I'll take that on notice.
Do you have any understanding at all about the size of the flood risk and the amount of land zoned for residential development in the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley right now? Do you have any idea at all about the scale of the problem?
I'll take that on notice. Most of it's hypothetical.
Minister, this is not hypothetical. In the Blacktown LGA itself, there's currently planning approval to build an additional 10,000 homes to add to the problem of flood risk. Many of those 10,000 homes are in flood-prone land. Are you going to just allow them to be built?
Look, I'll pass to Mr Whitworth.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister and I actually gave evidence earlier about the pause on development. What you're referring to is the rezonings at Marsden Park North and West Schofields. We created the pause, the former Minister announced the pause on development in March 2021 to ensure that we could understand and respond to the floods in March 2021. Since that time, we've also modified the directions relating to flood planning. You referred to the special considerations clause. There was also a 9.1 direction that was released that was part of that package, and that 9.1 direction did change previous policies that were restricted planning controls on residential development above the 1 in 100 chance per year flood, so that it is now, councils are now able to consider and seek to impose planning controls for development above the 1 in 100 chance per year flood. So, and as I pointed out, these are things that we in fact were proposing ourselves as part of the exhibition of the Marsden Park North and West Schofields plans, including a restriction on the number of dwellings to ensure that we could ensure safe evacuation, as well as a restriction to ensure that dwellings within that area between the 1 in 100 chance per year flood and the PMF would have resilient building controls, resilient building materials and so on.
But basically, Mr Whitworth, the only provisions that the department is
through
you,
please.
Chair, through you, Minister.
Thank you.
Basically, Mr Whitworth, the only provisions that the department's currently looking at for those 10,000 odd homes in flood-prone land is making sure there are enough roads for people to escape when the flood comes, and trying to see whether or not the house, when it gets inundated, will be slightly less damaged than if it's built with particle board and chip rock. That's effectively all that planning's doing at the moment, isn't it?
Same with fires.
That's a fairly comprehensive approach to flood issues, Mr Shoebridge. We're also working with the State Emergency Services. We're also working with Infrastructure New South Wales and Transport for New South Wales to ensure that those that houses in the area are built in a way that can be evacuated. And that has to take into account the existing people that live in the valley. That has to take into account the people that live at Windsor, has to take into account the people that live at Richmond, and the need to ensure that they can be safely evacuated as well. This was why the pause on development was announced, so that those fairly complex issues could be investigated through flood evacuation modelling and so on.
Minister, rather than build new homes, thousands of new homes in flood-prone land, and add some roads so that they can escape when the flood comes, don't you think it might be a better idea not to build them in the first place? Don't you think that's the more cautious and sensible idea?
Well, I look forward to seeing your submission to the independent inquiry.
No, Minister, this is happening right now, separate to your independent inquiry. That's the process that's been undertaken right now for 10,000 new homes in Blacktown. Not don't build them, but make sure there's maybe a better road and a bit less gyprock so that when they get inevitably flooded, people can escape and maybe reduce the rebuild cost. That's your current planning model.
So can I just say I look forward to your submission to the independent inquiry.
No, Minister, you're letting this happen right now on your watch.
No, we put a pause on it.
No, that's the process. If you'd listened to Mr Whitworth's answer, that's the process that's been undertaken during this so-called pause. It's not about not building. It's about trying to find, by hook or by crook, some way to keep putting tens of thousands of homes in the Hawkesbury Nepean floodplain. That's what your department's doing now.
I'll wait.
Do you not understand?
I do understand, and I'll wait for the independent inquiry. Are you a planner? Or a
Minister,
Sorry,
no
I'm not.
Are you a minister?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't know. Mr Whitworth, through you, Minister, to Mr Whitworth, how many of the 10,000 homes in just those two releases in the Blacktown LGA are below the PMF, the probable maximum flood?
I would like to take that on notice, give you a detailed answer, but I can say that it's between a quarter to a half, and it does depend on the design of the subdivision that was being proposed. But I also want to make the point and make it quite clearly that every single one of those potential homes, if they were to be rezoned, would be above the 1 in 100 chance per year flood. Because that is the line at which we identify what is an appropriate point, taking into account the risk, taking into account the need for housing, and the need for housing particularly in the Sydney area, for development to occur in a way that is safe and minimises risk to life. The provisions that we've been talking about above the 1 in 100 and the PMF are there to ensure that in those very, very extreme events, and I do recognise that there is a concern that those extreme events are, need to be understood in the context of climate change, but that people can evacuate safely. And I think that's an important thing, that human life is paramount, and the protection of human life is paramount in those planning decisions.
Minister, were you aware that Infrastructure New South Wales, in reviewing these planning controls and the focus on the 1 in 100 year flood level, said this about the Hawkesbury Nepean? Given the large flood depths between the 1 in 100 chance per year flood and the probable maximum flood in the valley, the focus on the area below the 1 in 100 chance per year level does not adequately address flood risk. This increases the scale of emergency evacuations and does not provide for flood-compatible buildings for all levels of risk. Were you aware of those concerns for Infrastructure New South Wales that aren't recent? They've been on record since at least 2017. Were you aware of that?
There's always been issues around flood evacuation and flood mitigation in those areas, but it's a way of managing and getting the balance right to ensuring that we have resilient communities, and we have, in the 1 in 100 flood event, people able to, again, as Mr Whitworth said, life comes first, property second, to enable those people to evacuate.
Minister, you've heard about the 10,000 new homes in Blacktown, where there's rezoning and serious flood risks. Were you aware that there's some 240 hectares of the Hawkesbury City Council local government area which is in that same flood-prone land.
So, but my understanding is that it's not 1 in 100. When you say flood, yeah, I mean...
Flood-prone, below the... I didn't say 1 in 100. I said flood-prone.
Right.
Below the probable maximum flood level. Did you understand that that's the flood-prone land? It's below the probable maximum flooding level?
Yes, yeah, but there's
That's what I
ways to
put to
manage
you.
that. Well, that's why we're having an independent review that will look at all of this across the state, of how we manage this into the future.
You
Are
haven't
there
even
going to
said
be
the
more flood
terms of
events?
it. How can you know how to look into it?
You weren't here, Mr Shoebridge, when I outlined before that I came to this committee, and I'm not even going to bother,
Excellent. Through you, Minister, to Mr Whitworth. Mr Whitworth, given there's so much more flood-prone land in the Hawkesbury LGA, does the department have any understanding of the number of potential housing lots that are already approved for additional residential development in flood-prone land in the Hawkesbury LGA?
Take that on notice.
Take it on notice.
I'd like to take that on notice because that's an incredibly detailed question. But I can assure you that there is no proposal in front of us in the Northwest Growth Area within the Hawkesbury LGA to rezone land for residential.
I'm talking about land already rezoned.
That answer's been questioned. Oh, sorry, that question's been answered. This is what these things do to you. We're breaking for lunch now and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, Minister. You're now free to go.
Thank you, indeed. Thank you all.
And we'll have your department back at 2 o'clock, please.
All the best in Canberra. Enjoy it. You know the best.
gone? Oh, he's on the phone.
Could you come closer to the microphone?
Sure. I don't usually need to do that. Just wanted to explain, did you want to explain, Mr. Casser, what's happened and that there's a chance that you might have to fly out for a bit of a time, in and out a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, we've had an incident with one of our National Parks and Wildlife contracted choppers down in Kosciuszko. It's crashed. We have a few people injured. Initial reports suggest there are some serious injuries, but no fatalities. So I've got to, if I get some calls, I've got to jump out for that reason.
Okay, thoroughly understandable. So I will go to the opposition for questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And Mr. Castle, just to make clear, that's fine. And if you do need to leave, just let us know. I'm sure that I speak for my colleagues and we can manage. So if you are required to leave, that is understandable. I might just ask a couple more questions about just the Regional Housing Fund. So, Mr. Raymond, you had said prior to the break that the decision in relation to which councils were included in the first round was because it was those that were not eligible for the public spaces program. Is that right? Just wanted to revisit that answer.
There were a couple of reasons. Like the largest one is that the 21 large regional cities across New South Wales that are experiencing high rates of growth or under housing supply pressures. But yes, it was targeted at those councils that hadn't received a previous grant from another similar program.
And so, as you would have heard me saying, just in relation to that first reason you gave, there certainly are councils who were sort of right up there in terms of regional housing pressures that were not included. Were they sort of on the list of councils that were potentially experiencing high rates of growth and under housing stress, but then were taken off because they were eligible under the other grants program? Is that how it worked?
Sorry, I'm not aware of exactly how it worked. But
what can you tell me about how the list was developed?
I think I've told you what I can tell you, that the list was developed based on councils that were under housing pressures, but also councils that had not received a previous grant of a similar nature.
And so who was making those decisions? Who developed the list?
So the programs, like all programs, have a set of criteria, a set of guidelines, and the department would prepare that, ensure that was approved by the minister, and then that forms the basis of us seeking submissions against that set of guidelines and criteria.
And so, in terms, did the minister's office approach the department and say we're keen to have a program to support local government to deliver this infrastructure? Or can you guys come up with something, or was that the genesis of the Regional Housing Fund from the department?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the genesis was actually the Regional Housing Task Force that the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces announced in June last year. And this was really just an initial response to the findings of that. So obviously, the Minister's flagged there's broader package coming, but this was just an initial response to help those councils that were under pressures.
Yeah, and that does make sense to me because, having read the task force report, that issue about local infrastructure, I agree with you, was very much identified by them. And so, the department has looked to action that response. And so the $30 million funding envelope, how was that set? How was that determined?
Look, I must admit I'm relatively new to the department, as in weeks, so I would have to take that on notice. I'm not exactly sure.
Ms. Jackson, I might be able to throw some light.
Apologies, others. I was directing to Mr. Raymond because he answered initially, but others should jump in. Yeah,
of course. So am I close enough to the?
Yes.
In the previous year, there'd been an announcement about the Public Spaces Legacy Fund. The Public Spaces Legacy Fund was a total of $250 million. There were 60 councils that were, granted funding in relation to that. There was $30 million left over. Okay, and it's that $30 million. That's why there was $30 million of money already allocated. It's also why not every council at the time. One of the preconditions of the first round of grants, the $220 million, was that it was open to councils. So part of the Public Spaces Legacy Fund was to speed up the processing of development applications and rezonings. They weren't necessarily targeted as on housing, but obviously housing was a component of that. But in order to be able to monitor that, those councils had to be at that time on the e-planning system, and not all the regional councils were connected to e-planning at that time. So my understanding is that is why, and all metro councils were, and the 60 councils were. That's why. In this case, for the remaining funds that were available, it was decided to restrict that to those councils, regional councils that hadn't had an opportunity, but also the ones that, as Mr. Raymond has said, are facing significant housing pressures.
And just to be clear, the intention is to have other rounds? Is that, because now obviously based on your evidence, Mr. Ray, sort of the money's spent to the extent that there was $250 million allocated, $220 million was on the Public Spaces Legacy Program, the 30 remainder has gone on this program. When the Minister gave evidence, I thought it was suggested that there was the potential for further rounds. What is the status of that, considering the funding envelope is...
Well, those matters are actually matters that are before the government at the moment.
Right, okay.
And of which I can't comment on.
Can't comment, that's fine. And so just to be clear, either Mr. Ray or Mr. Raymond.
Sorry about that, Ms. Jackson.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. How close the names are.
It's all right. The development of the list of councils in the first round was, done within planning and went up to the Minister's office, obviously, for approval. Can either of you provide any information as to whether the list that was provided by DPIE was approved as is by the Minister, or amendments were made, or, instructions given back to the department to change the list that had initially been provided?
Ms. Jackson, I'd have to take that on notice. I don't think... I think the list that went up was the list that was proceeded with, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'd have to take that on notice.
That's fine. Thanks, Mr. Ray. I understand that applications sort of close today, so, we're not sort of... it's not fully complete, although it's obviously imminent. So I did wonder if there was any information about how many applications had been received.
No, there's no information about how many have been received, but it's also worth noting that we've offered an extension to councils that are flood affected in case they need it to the 3rd of June.
Okay. And could you take on notice, perhaps, how many applications have been received so far, noting that there is a little bit of extra time for some to put in?
Of course. Thank you.
I wanted to ask a couple more questions on the regional flying squads. I know we had a discussion about it this morning, and I think my colleague Ms Sharp asked a question, and I don't know if we had a clear answer. Perhaps it was because there wasn't one, but I wanted to just be really clear. Mr. Ray, I think you answered those questions. Of the $1 million, how many people will that actually involve being in a flying squad? Because when you call something a flying squad, the understanding that people, I think, take from that, reasonable people take from that, is that it's a group of people. So how many people are we talking about?
Well, Ms Jackson, as I said, it's I think it's predominantly focused on contract planners.
Mm-hmm. And how many of them?
Well, I don't have that. I mean, I can give you an estimate. We're looking at we're looking at a range of different contract planners to do with that, but obviously that will depend on their own workloads. So there may be some contract planners that can be devoted full-time, there may be some that can be devoted only part-time to this, but the idea would be that $1 million worth of effort would be put into to assist regional councils with their housing DAs.
Ms Jackson, if I could just offer a bit more context there. In previous estimate meetings, we talked about the Office of Local Government working closely with planning and bringing forward council's issues. This has been generated partially out of conversations with the Office of Local Government, who are continually telling us they don't have enough planners to get through proposals that are before them. So that was a part of the genesis of the idea. A similar thing had been used previously, I believe, in assisting councils. We thought the best way to take this forward was have one large pool of money, talk to the councils, try and figure out a priority list and start to get in and help them.
So just to be clear, I mean, I don't want to get too caught up on semantics here, but is there one squad, or will sort of flying squads be developed, sort of a group of 5 for the north coast and 5 for the south coast? I mean, that's the imagery that I'm getting when you're describing flying squads.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think what we need to do is understand the full load of work, then try and prioritise in some way, which is usually, okay, where do you get the best bang for your dollar, and allocate the resources in that way. As Mr Ray said, conceptually, there's a few people from the department to administer it, but predominantly it will be run, the contractors or consultants will be used to carry out the assessments.
Mm-hmm. And, the minister's raised these regional flying squads in response to our questions about assistance to the North Coast. So just to be clear, I mean, I presume these decisions haven't been made yet, but assistance to those councils who have had their capacity seriously affected by the floods and are obviously priority councils in terms of getting things moving. That accords with your understanding of some of the kind of priority parameters for the flying squads.
I think, as the Minister said this morning, conceptually, the flying squad started before the floods. Obviously now that paradigm has changed considerably, and we will reallocate those resources as needed. I think one of the clear points from this morning is how quickly our DA is going to get into some of these councils and how can they actually deal with it. I do know, and I don't know that we really know the answer to that. We're not on the ground there. Things are obviously very challenging, and I wouldn't imagine council will be opening their doors in the next week or two. But what we can do is look at that. I know initially there was feedback that the eastern seaboard and the councils up in the north were predominantly letting us know that they were short on resources and couldn't keep up with the assessments, and that compounds itself a little bit if you can't keep up with the current ones you've got, and more keep coming in. Obviously, it's a lot more difficult to get ahead. So, I don't want to say I'm sending them all to Lismore because there may not be anything to assess for a while.
Yeah. Will again, I appreciate the final kind of parameters haven't been set, but is it your view that these individuals, these consultants, will be required to visit the communities in which they are making the decisions, the local government areas? A lot of the more difficult applications, some of the ones that have been held up, are because there are tricky local issues to be worked through. So is it your expectation that part of the $1 million will involve funding for people to go to Coffs Harbour or Lismore or wherever and actually have some local understanding of the applications?
I'll pass over to Mr Ray, who knows the assessment process far better than I do. But my commitment would be if to carry out the assessment properly, you need to visit the site, then so be it. Want to be sure, though, we're on the same page here. They would be doing the assessment and providing a recommendation, and predominantly those recommendations will go to the planning panels who have the local knowledge.
Apologies, yes. I'm aware that they're doing the assessment, they're not the decision maker. The decision-making framework remains unchanged. But in terms of developing their recommendation.
Yes, so look, I don't have anything more to add than Mr Castle's already spoken about. I mean, if the site is one of, sufficient complexity, of course, they should be visiting the site.
Okay.
As part of preparing their assessment.
Mm-hmm. I might ask some questions about social housing. So perhaps Ms Brill. In previous budget estimates at the end of last year, a question was asked either on notice or as a supplementary question about forecast revenue from the sale of social housing in this financial year, and I believe the figure that was provided was $345 million. I wondered if you're able to provide an update on that. It was a forecast for the year.
I'm sorry, Ms Jackson. Was it 2021?
I think yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah. So the forecast is $195 million.
I understood that was how much was generated from the sale in 2020, 2021. An additional question.
My apologies.
That's okay. An additional question was asked in relation to a forecast for 2021, 2022, which, as I said, is obviously a projected figure. That was in November last year. I just wondered if there was an update on that, or whether that figure remained unchanged, or year to date, how much has been generated?
Okay. I don't have year to date, and if you'd like that, it will probably be something I could take on notice.
That would be useful to take the year to date on notice.
Forecast, we're looking at $344 million, and again, I will just confirm perhaps during the break that also includes the revenue from the Sirius building, which was provided to us in December.
That would be good if you could confirm that. But yes, okay, so the figure essentially does remain the same. It would be useful to have a year to date. How many sort of properties is that? How many properties does LAC intend to dispose of in the 2021-2022 financial year?
Again, this is obviously a forecast. We're looking at approximately 300.
300 dwellings. Mm-hmm. Do you have a figure as to sort of how many individuals that figure was? I mean, presumably a lot of those places have not had people living in them for some time, but I mean, are they units? Are they houses? I'm just wondering how many, if you had any figures about how many individuals were being housed in that 300 properties.
Right, so what the capacity of those properties would be.
There's a difference between bedrooms and dwellings, as I'm sure you know.
And look, I will have to take that on notice. Are you interested in number of bedrooms or the last occupant and how they were using it?
I think number of bedrooms is probably easiest, and that would be fine for my purposes.
Okay.
That would be great. And again, so in that 2021-2022 financial year, the year that we're sort of in now, how many additional properties does LAC intend to bring online? I'm not talking about renovated properties. Additional properties does LAC intend to bring online for social housing in that year?
In 2021?
In this year, in the financial year that we are in now.
Yeah. Look, we're still working through those numbers, and the reason for that is the COVID shutdown has impacted on how many we will complete this financial year. That took out 3 months of building time for us, and we're not sure about the floods either. So we know it will be more than last year, which was 408, but the forecast is really literally still being worked through as we're getting our heads around what the impact of the 3 months will be and how much we can speed up in the time that we have left.
I mean, just on that, my understanding is that the construction shutdown was only 2 weeks, so perhaps it was slightly longer than that. But my understanding is that construction was not shut for 3 months. Construction shutdown was shorter than that, was it not?
Deb?
Yeah, thank you.
Look, I think that there's a few things in the COVID shutdown, and you're specifically talking about potentially the 2-week period
That's right, the
in Western
pause on
Sydney.
construction, yeah.
I think what we've got to take into account is supply chains have been significantly impacted through all of that. We've also got to take into account the number of people who actually contracted COVID through that period of time. There were other requirements through the health orders put in place with the number of people that could be on construction sites, even residential construction sites. And I think the industry, I know it's well reported, and I talk to them often, the industry was impacted significantly through that period, so it's not just that 2-week shutdown period. I think also we potentially had some natural disaster slash impact very early on in that program, just after the June start, from memory, because I was back there running that business. So, and around the question of how many new homes versus how many homes you've sold versus how many homes are vacant, it is a difficult business to run because you're in this constant cycle of constructing new homes, relocating people, selling the right number of properties to refund the pipeline and developing that pipeline at a point in time. And a lot of work has to occur on the analysis of how do we redevelop those properties to bring them into the supply chain when there's people currently living in those properties. So always trying to stay ahead of yourself is very, very difficult.
You can continue.
Okay. Well, I might just continue for a little bit, if that's okay. Sorry, just with my colleagues. So I wondered then, I do appreciate that. Thank you, because I appreciate that it was not just the 2-week construction pause, that entire period it was difficult to keep activity occurring as normal. So how many properties does Land and Housing currently have that are vacant? How many on your books that don't have someone living in them?
Right as of today. Again,
any figures that you had? But yes, as of today.
As of today, one moment. Well, look, I won't have today's figures. Let's be clear. But we can see what we can get you during the break. But let me just check my notes to see if I have a end of financial year one.
That would be useful as well.
I could probably add something if you wish.
Do you have a number? Yeah, sure.
So traditionally, the Land and Housing Corporation has around 1% to 2% vacancies at any point in time. The term vacant is also a little subjective because it's not actually vacant if you're upgrading it or if the tenant's left and you're putting new carpet in and painting it. They do deal with a lot of churn through the properties. From memory, I think that figure could be up to
is this the difference between vacant and untenantable? Is that because I'm trying to get an understanding of how many properties you own that, first of all, you can't have someone live in them. They're not up to standard for.
Okay, so that's a very specific number. And I'm sure we can provide that one on notice, but you have to have it at a point in time, otherwise.
I appreciate it obviously changes day to day, but yeah. So that is you're taking that one on notice, Ms. Brill? Yeah. And so how much money does LAC spend annually? And I guess if this needs to be a 2020-2021 figure, because that's the last annual year that we have, obviously we're halfway through a financial year now, on maintenance of your social housing properties?
On maintenance, we get about 1,700 maintenance calls each week. Last financial year, we spent around the $500 million mark on maintenance. $517 million last financial year. Sorry.
And do you have a figure that you can give me on the backlog of maintenance that is required to ensure all of the LAC assets meet sort of minimum tenantable standards?
We have no maintenance backlog.
So you just there is a figure of a number of properties that cannot be lived in. This is not properties that are fine, but just no one's living in them right now. There are properties that are boarded up and no one can live in them because they're not up to standard. You don't have any properties in that category.
So this is your question about, is there any untenable properties?
Yeah.
Okay, we just took that on notice.
So
let's,
the cost of, I guess, but I'm interested in, it'd be good to get a figure how many that is, but do you have a cost estimate even, or figure or projection about what it would cost to ensure all those properties are at the minimum standard? And I appreciate it changes because some come online, some come offline, but there must be some sense of how much is required to ensure the entire portfolio is able to be utilised.
I think I need to be able to get you both the number and then the cost, if there is actually a number. I mean, what I can talk with you about, if you're interested, Ms Jackson, is the amount of money it took to restore each vacant property last financial year. So the 7,000 that were vacant and then reletted cost on average $8,600 to restore each of those. But in terms of your earlier question, I will have to take that on notice.
In the Productivity Commission report on government services that came out earlier this year, I think it was in late January, are you familiar with that report?
Not in detail. Please.
So the Productivity Commission releases a report on government services.
The report on government services. My apologies, yes.
Sorry if I was not clear in my
it's my language. Yeah,
In that document, it talked about the number of untenantable properties, and it suggested that had increased from around 768. I think that was around 2012, but I can find out the exact year. It was some years ago, and that figure had in fact increased to 2,216 in that's 2021, excuse me. That's a pretty significant increase, Ms Brill, from 760 odd to well over 2,000 in the number of untenantable properties.
Let me take that on notice. I don't know the methodology the report on government services uses, and in fact that's pretty much the same question that I just took on notice earlier. So let me do that, and we'll get back to you with commentary on the methodology.
Yeah, I mean, presumably, is it not the case that the methodology is ask the New South Wales government to provide that information? Are they not? Sorry, I've got it here. It's 2017 to 2021. So in quite a short period of time, I'm seeing that as quite a large increase. And I guess, I appreciate, you're not entirely clear on the methodology, but it would be based on information provided by the New South Wales government to the Productivity Commission, I am sure. And so do you have any explanation as to why the Productivity Commission would have reported such a large increase?
Let me take that on notice, and I'll be able to provide you a more fulsome answer than I can at the moment.
I mean, similarly, the number of tenantable properties, so I mean, I guess it's a little bit the inverse, but they're different in some ways, had decreased from 109,000, almost 110,000 properties in 2017 to less than 95,000 in 2021. So again, I mean, that's quite a sizable decrease in the number of tenantable dwellings that the Productivity Commission is reporting has occurred in New South Wales.
I would wonder if that's a line item related to public housing and that there's another line item related to community housing. So some of those numbers shift will be the social housing management transfer that happened around, they started happening in 2019. So it's the baseline number in the report on government services that talks about the system as a whole, and will capture that transfer between the public housing and community housing in New South Wales.
Well, perhaps it is that, but perhaps to take on notice just if that is indeed the case.
Not
just
a problem.
Continuing on the kind of issue of maintenance, I wonder if you're familiar with the research that was done by the University of Wollongong last year that found that a quarter of properties, these are social housing properties, recorded temperatures below the healthy minimum, which is 18 degrees, for 80% of winter, and more than half below the healthy minimum temperature for more than half of winter. Are you familiar with that research?
I'm not familiar with that research.
Well, I'm happy to provide it to you. I mean, I could get it photocopied and tabled it, but I mean, it is research that the University of Wollongong has conducted that showed that the heating in particular in a number of social housing properties is so inadequate that a quarter of residents are spending 80% of winter at below healthy minimum temperatures. I mean, what is the program within the Land and Housing Corporation to ensure that we don't have residents of social housing, many of whom are single elderly people, literally sitting freezing during winter?
I can't talk with you about what sort of changes we're making in that respect at the moment. Can I take that on notice, please?
Yes. I mean, tenants, so these are tenants reported having to relinquish showers and cooked food in order to manage the costs of their energy because the premises were so cold during winter months. Presumably, you know, those kind of things happening with vulnerable people who are living in social housing would concern you. So I guess I'm just interested in, again, what programs are available or what work is available to ensure that residents aren't skipping meals and showers in order to ensure that they can be properly warmed.
Yeah, look, there's some solar programs that are happening to reduce energy costs for social housing tenants. I'll see if I can find that as I'm continuing to talk. The Aboriginal Housing Office has done quite a concerted piece of work around more solar panels for their houses, and by the end of this financial year, we're projecting that all Aboriginal housing properties will have solar panels on them. We've also done solar panels as part of the stimulus program with the maintenance money that the government provided last year. But I'm sorry, not finding that in my notes. Let me, if you want more details, we can take that on notice.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, that's
you.
Excellent news about Aboriginal housing. When is it projected that all of the Land and Housing Corporation assets will have solar? Because you have a projection for Aboriginal housing, so is there a projection for the rest of the portfolio?
Yeah, look, again, let me take that on notice. Not that I'm not aware of those. I'm not familiar enough with those numbers to provide them right now to you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms Jackson, if I can just provide a little bit of context.
Yeah.
So, homes that were built 50, 60 years ago obviously aren't as thermally protective as those are today. And that's why we have a redevelopment program, and that's why we do the divestments to divest properties that are no longer suited to the tenants, etc. As Ms Brill has outlined, there are a number of programs that are designed to reduce energy consumption within the properties, and as the properties are renewed, those costs will obviously go down. I know the team have done a tremendous amount of work regionally with the solar program because of the temperature variation is so significant. I know we also had safety concerns with wood fire heating, and those had to be removed. But when we removed those out of the homes, we installed the solar program and reverse cycle air conditioning to address those. So there are programs in place that government have sponsored, and the same on the water side of things. Water conservation, obviously a big issue in regional areas as well. So there are a lot of those programs that are on foot. But the context around that's why a lot of the redevelopment actually occurs is because the stock is no longer suitable for the tenants or the tenant cohort and has gone past its use by date.
Well, anyway, thank you for that. And Ms Brill might take on notice some of those other questions. How many social housing dwellings have been impacted by the recent floods?
I've got those, yeah. Look, we're obviously, again, that's changing on a daily basis.
The assessment's happening right now, yeah.
Exactly. So in the Lismore area, where what we know at the moment is about 119 properties that we're still working through those assessments. We've got staff on the ground at the moment who've gone up to start doing the assessment. Our priority, obviously, is to get people back in their houses as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so of that 119, do you have a figure about how many are just damaged or uninhabitable or any more detail?
Not to that degree. That will be the assessment that the team are doing at the moment.
Okay, and to the extent that some of those are sort of just damaged but inhabitable, presumably they'll go right to the top of any list about investment in maintenance, getting them back online?
Absolutely. So the aim is that we get as many people back into the houses, the homes that they were in before as soon as practicable.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just again, for a little bit of context, I think it became clear at LAC over the last few years it was much quicker and easier to build more social housing in the regions because the council were more accepting of us coming, and in some cases actually said to us, we're willing to assist you in any way we can in building more social housing. I think one of those key components was the MOU with Newcastle City Council, where a deal was brokered that they contribute to the team coming up and starting to look at redeveloping those homes. Regional is an easier and in some cases a lower price point to deliver on the construction costs of those properties.
That's good. And as you know, lots of demand. The waiting list, the dashboard from DCJ is still showing that the waiting list in areas like Coffs Harbour is over 10 years. So there's lots of demand. I might throw over to Mr. Searle, I think, is going to jump in now for a bit.
He's on mute.
Are you there, Mr. Searle?
I am here, indeed. Thank you.
Certainly are.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Very well.
Good. Now, I want to ask about the fast track assessment projects. We received information in the last round of estimates and in answers to supplementary questions that not all of them were being progressed. Can you give the committee an update on how many have yet to be commenced?
Thank you, Mr. Searle. We have 13 of the 99 projects that hadn't that haven't yet either commenced, in that they haven't had a development application lodged or they haven't yet commenced construction if they were a DA. Of those 13, we understand 6 will be starting before the end of the this calendar year, and the remainder we are still continuing to make contact and talk to both the council and the proponent as to what the delay is and what can be done to resolve some of those issues. In some cases the property has been sold, and we've been following up with the new owner as to the intent. In other cases, there have been some issues with the delay in the ability for the company to start because of some of the COVID not restrictions, but the COVID challenges in terms of supply chain and so on. In others, we are we're aware that there are some further approvals that have been needed, and we are working to ensure that those further approvals can be obtained before the development commences.
Okay, but in order to be eligible for fast track assessment, didn't they have to make certain commitments that they would be commenced within 6 months?
They had to. We reached out, and before they were put into the program, we said we'd like you to make a commitment that these projects are going to either have a development application lodged, or that there would be an ability to commence construction. I mean, we couldn't. It's not within the power of the planning system to sort of grant an approval and then withdraw it on that basis. And remembering that these were not approved because they were COVID related. These were the assessment process was fast tracked because it was COVID related. So there would still have been an assessment of these, and at some point in the process they would still have reached a conclusion in terms of their approval or not. But yes, I mean we did seek out commitments from the developers that they would continue, and I mean we have written to the proponents many times to ensure that we can continue to follow up. I will say, that the program itself has been the subject of a performance audit conducted by the Audit Office, and the Audit Office, although it raised a number of fairly minor matters, including the need for a program evaluation and to ensure a complete sweep and review of all the conflict of interest declarations. The Audit Office was happy with the work that the department had done, both in terms of the identification of the projects, the assessment of the projects, and the follow-through subsequent to the approval and or in some cases refusal of the projects.
Mr. Searle, if I could just add a little bit of context. So of the 86 projects that have actually started, so 86 projects have actually started. And those projects have a potential economic benefit of $24.8 billion. And the started projects have created the opportunity for almost 50,000 jobs. I know we're focusing on the 13 that haven't started, but 86 have, and clearly that fed into the performance audit for finding that the program was a successful program. The other thing that I just wanted to add is, as Mr. Whitworth said, no corners were cut in the assessment of any of the projects. They were fully assessed against the appropriate rezoning standards, fully assessed against the appropriate standards applying to development applications. And in the normal course of events, they would have been approved, perhaps not as soon as they were. It was the assessment that was brought forward, but they would have been approved. So they may well have been approved 3 months later, 4 months later, 6 months later. So from that perspective, I think the overall projects overall project was quite a success. The program was quite a success, and we've got the bulk. I think the total value of approved projects was only around about $26 million. So 24.8 of that billion dollars CIV has actually started construction.
Yes, that still leaves the last tranche. Is it right to say that you don't have full visibility of the reasons for delay? Because I think you said you were in the process of reaching out to the different proponents.
I would say that only in one circumstance where the site was sold and we've managed to secure an understanding as to who it was sold to, but that's taken us a little bit of time and a little bit of digging to do. But with the other sites, we have a reasonably good degree of visibility as to the challenges and the complications that have meant that these have not been able to commence for some of those reasons that I read out, explained to you before.
Could you do this? Could you provide the committee on notice, if you like, the reasons you've received as for the blockages on those other projects?
Yeah,
we certainly can do that, Mr. Searle. The advice that I have before me is that there are 6 further projects that will meet their commitments in this calendar year. And that we are working with the others, but we will provide you with an answer on each of the 13 as to why they haven't proceeded.
Sure. And can you also provide an update of the expected completion dates for each of those projects, including the ones that have commenced, the number of construction jobs either created or to be created, the number of ongoing jobs created for each of those fast-tracked assessment projects? Again, happy for you to provide all of that level of detail on notice.
Yes, we will do that.
Okay. You mentioned the audit report, which indicated that not all the departmental staff declarations were in place for those staff working on the fast-track assessment projects. How did that happen, and what are you doing to make sure that failure to have those in place doesn't occur in future?
That was something that we have we made a commitment through our governance team to ensure that we track back and ensure that everyone has their conflict of interest declarations updated. It was not that people didn't have, because everyone has to have a conflict of interest declaration and for the senior executive service a register of interests. It wasn't that the conflicts were not, didn't exist, they just needed to be updated. And so looking at using both an IT solution as well as a sort of a regular reminder to ensure that people's conflict of interest declarations are not just up to date but reflect the changing circumstances of the projects that they're dealing with. And I should also say that there was at no point was there a decision maker or someone who was the final recommender of a project that had a conflict of interest.
Well, that's reassuring to know. Can you enlighten us as to whether or not Wollondilly Council's request for the rezoning of land at Appin be halted until the plans to provide water, sewage and transport for the area have been developed? Has there been a response to that?
Mr. Raymond?
The redevelopment of the area of Appin and that general area of southwest Sydney, it's part of the Greater Macarthur area. We're currently doing planning for that area with councils and all state government agencies, so we're working together. There are no sort of planning proposals yet in that area. We're just working together to determine the...
No rezoning proposals?
That's right. We're just working together to determine the best way forward, make sure that we understand all the constraints, environmental constraints, the transport needs, and so on, before we look at the potential for development in that Appin area.
Okay, so you're saying there's no plans to rezone land in Appin?
at the moment, we're looking at a Greater Macarthur plan. So eventually, that Greater Macarthur 2040 does have a vision for new homes in that part of Sydney, but we want to ground truth the limitations and the opportunities before any of that proceeds.
Okay, are there other parts of Sydney where there are delays in providing water and sewage services, which in turn may delay the delivery of housing lots in those areas that you are aware of?
So I think Sydney Water, along with Transport and all the other utility agencies, and we all work together to determine the optimal sequencing of rolling out infrastructure to support new housing growth. So that's a very generic answer, I know, but that's broadly the way it works.
Just on that, Mr. Raymond, sorry, Mr. Searle, I mean, are you not aware of the issue around the Austral-Leppington region where a number of people have experienced significant delays in building new homes because Sydney Water has delayed the delivery of sewage? Are you aware of those
Ms.
issues?
Jackson,
Yeah.
I am aware of that. The issue associated with that. I mean, there are short-term and interim solutions that are being utilised in a number of areas across Sydney for sewerage. Sydney Water is working and is seeking approvals now for a recycled water, an advanced recycled water treatment facility in Winnemata South Creek that would service the Aerotropolis, that would service those areas of southwestern Sydney, such as Austral.
Would that be for drinking water, Mr. Whitworth?
No, that is it's an advanced recycled water treatment facility. So it takes the sewage, it treats it to tertiary plus level quality, which means that we can retain water in the landscape. It helps us with the rehabilitation and renewal of South Creek and associated streams. It's one of the reasons why we've been working with Sydney Water in terms of the Aerotropolis, Mamre Road industrial area for them to be the regional stormwater authority. So the issue with Austral is not drinking water, it is the availability of sewage, a sewage scheme. Sydney Water's plans have always been about ensuring they can use that new plant to service the rest of southwestern Sydney rather than putting more sewage through the mains that take it out to the ocean and the Liverpool treatment plant, which is a good thing for ensuring environmental outcomes, improved stream flow, improved stream health in southwestern Sydney.
I mean, it's that land was rezoned in 2013, so obviously that's some time ago. And, developers have been selling plots to purchasers who are hopeful of building, their dream home out there in southwestern Sydney. And a number of those people now face the possibility that their contracts will be rescinded because they have not been able to register the land because of... I appreciate it's a delay that Sydney Water in delivering the sewage, but I just wondered what work you are doing to try and ensure that there is better synergy here and that we don't have a situation where people purchase land, think, yes, this is it, I've got my, I'm ready to go, only to find delays and really quite a bit of heartbreak for the people out there in terms of, the frustrations that they've had with Sydney Water, but it's disrupting the delivery of new homes.
I'm not sure what the Secretary wanted to say, but we have a number of processes in play. One of those is the Urban Development Program, which and we have recently renewed and released the Urban Development Program, so it gives us a much better and a much more dynamic understanding as to where the housing fronts are and the development approvals that are occurring, so that in turn gives the agencies a much better and much more instantaneous understanding as to where they need to be investing in that infrastructure. We also have the Greenfields Greenfields Executive Committee that I co-chair with the Western Parkland City Authority CEO to ensure we bring along Sydney Water Transport, we bring along the utility providers, schools, schools infrastructure and so on, to ensure that there is an understanding and alignment and a better alignment of those. I do think that everyone would express a degree of frustration that it has taken longer for the Sydney Water proposal to come through the process, but it is also leading edge. Very advanced technology that will have a significant environmental benefit, and so I do appreciate, and I have seen those media reports of the people at Austral, and in the Greenfields Executive Committee, we had identified a need to focus on Austral in particular because it's an area where there is fragmented land ownership, which makes it difficult for larger, the compilation of larger blocks, so that it's easier to get developers to provide some more of that infrastructure. You've got smaller developers doing bit by bit. So we're definitely looking at Austral as an area where we can put more focus in, because that will help us to unlock more homes more quickly.
Mr Whitworth, it's unusual for the government to ask a question, but Rose has indulged me, allowed me to ask one, and be remiss of me not to, because I've got a lot of experience in Liverpool Council. We're listening to this, or reading this transcript. It's not just sewage, it's stormwater, drainage, infrastructure. What's going on with that in Austral and Leppington and those areas? Because particularly at the moment, that's a very apt concern.
It is a very apt concern, and that's so I suppose a couple of different elements there. The water, the sewer is obviously a Sydney Water element. In Austral itself, we haven't appointed Sydney Water as the Regional Stormwater Authority, so that is the council. Working with Liverpool, we have been working with Liverpool Council in terms of how we can assist and expedite the processes of its own approvals for stormwater systems. When you're compiling a trunk drainage system, it means combining contributions policy with the delivery and the coordination of that from a council sort of infrastructure and engineering perspective, and coordinating that in with the development activity in the area as well. So, as I said, Austral is one of those areas where we wanted to bring a focus not just on individual, infrastructure lines of delivery, but actually to start looking at the place and say, what do we need to do in these places to unlock the development in that area, and using whatever levers and funding mechanisms that we have at our disposal, such as using special infrastructure contributions that we've already collected, or working across agencies to ensure that we can get agencies to better understand and coordinate their use of land, better linking with environmental outcomes and environmental standards and so forth.
Well, just to follow up on Ms Jackson's point, do you have an estimate of how many housing blocks have been delayed from delivery because of the inability to deliver water infrastructure?
We will. We can take that on notice, Mr Searle, but it's not a straightforward answer. Not a straightforward answer.
Just take it on notice. That's fine. Yeah. I'm going to ask a question about the technical assurance panel. The Mayor of Wollondilly has expressed concerns that the staff of council have had to sign secrecy agreements required by the Department of Planning. What is the technical assurance panel, and why has your department required Wollondilly staff to sign secrecy agreements, if you have, in fact?
Mr Searle, I'll hand over to Mr Raymond. I do just want to clarify one thing, though. They're called non-disclosure agreements, not secrecy agreements.
Oh, you got us.
I think the point the Mayor has made is that the staff of the council are unable to tell the elected council they have signed and what it means, and that's creating, I understand, some practical issues for the council. So why have they been required?
Look, thank you very much for your question. So the TAP process to which you're referring, so it's a technical assurance panel process, and it's a pilot program that was established in late 2020 for both Appin and Gilead Stage 2. And the program is essentially a new attempt to identify and resolve local and state planning issues prior to any statutory rezoning processes commencing. So the TAP includes local government, state government agencies, and it involves collaborating, I guess, and sharing information about a whole lot of things that are at different stages of development. So members were asked to sign confidentiality agreements to enable information to be shared across government agencies and local councils, and to protect that information that hasn't been publicly released from unauthorised or premature publication. But it's really important to note that signing that confidentiality agreement does not prevent TAP members from discussing the TAP program, such as its objectives, its progress, the next steps. But what it does do is ensure a free exchange of information and exploration of options to resolve local and state planning issues before we actually get to the point of planning proposals and so on.
Why can't they discuss that with the elected council at Wollondilly? Like, why should those non-disclosure agreements extend to the council if it does?
The idea of the TAP pilot was actually discussed with Wollondilly councillors before it was agreed that the council members could sign that agreement. And the sorts of information that is shared, some of it's commercial in confidence information, some of it's very preliminary work, and so it's that kind of information that we really want to create a free and open environment within that technical process so that people can share information without fear of it being used or published prematurely.
Okay. And that includes not being able to discuss it with the councillors, is that correct?
I think I've already answered the question.
Okay. Just moving on to the issue of the infrastructure contributions bill that was introduced into Parliament last year. There was an upper house inquiry that Ms Jackson and I were part of, and it recommended the legislation not proceed until the draft regulations and other information is able to be shared with stakeholders. Can you tell us where that process is up to?
We're all on that, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Searle. I have the pleasure of that policy in my area. The minister, yes, lucky me. The minister extended to councils the opportunity to make submissions up until the 25th of March. So, in some sense, the policy is still open for people to make comment and to make submissions on, particularly councils. It was quite a comprehensive package of information that was released that included the details on the proposed regulations, details on the guidelines, details on the regional infrastructure contribution and how the regional infrastructure contribution would work, details on the proposed land value contribution. It also had complemented earlier reforms that had since been completed in the local government space, and that's in terms of the IPART review of rates and the ability to levy increased rates in those areas where population growth has occurred. So we are we do have submissions that we're already starting to review and look at the issues coming out of those submissions. But from a sense of the policy itself, it is still subject to consultation and therefore subject to further review and report from the department into government, and for the government to make a decision at the appropriate time.
How many submissions have been received to date?
Look, I always, with numbers, I'd like to take those on notice.
While you're doing that, could I ask you to break that down by those that are in support of the proposals those that are opposed, those that are kind of neutral, or I assume you'd be getting a lot of feedback about the detail. And if you could just provide us as detailed a breakdown of the nature of the responses as you can.
Certainly. I mean, I can say that we do know that there are a number of very similar submissions around the land value contribution, for example, but we're also waiting for submissions from councils. The nature of these submissions is such that you're unlikely to get a "we are definitely opposed" or "we are definitely pro." They are more about the more about the detail, which is in fact what the committee was seeking when it asked the former minister to put the entire package out for engagement and consultation.
Mr. Searle, if I might just add. That we will be putting all the submissions on the web. We will be publishing all the submissions on the department's website. But if I just might add to what Mr. Whitworth has said, I mean, some of the, obviously people have started to go through some of the submissions that we do have, and some submissions are clearly based on material that's old material and not the government's policy. So there were significant changes made to the policy in October, towards the end of October, before it was released, and some of the submissions aren't taking into account those changes to the policy or the additional information fully. So there will be a range of responses that will come out of that, and I think there was a further announcement with further changes. I think the former minister actually made an announcement, I think, in November with the then head of the then president of Local Government Shires, New South Wales, Councillor Linda Scott, about some further changes that he would be proposing to government, and I believe even there have been some amendments to the legislation tabled in the lower house.
It's Monday, but I don't know.
As a response to that engagement with Councillor Scott.
Okay, so these are actual. Did you say these have actually been introduced into Parliament, have they?
No, they haven't been introduced into Parliament in the context of the passage of the legislation. They were tabled by the minister just in the House.
Yeah, we won't go to 5, but we've got
as amendments that would have that came out of the discussions.
Let's see how we go.
With Councillor Scott.
Okay. How many meetings has the department had with the Leppington Progress Association, and what has emerged from those meetings?
I think I'd have to get back to you. I know that the department has. I'm pretty sure the department has met with the Leppington Progress Association in respect of the contributions. I presume you're talking about the contributions specifically, not about any other matters,
about these matters.
I'm pretty sure that the department has met with the Progress Association, but I'll have to get back to you on the details.
And similarly, can you provide on notice any information you've got about meetings with the Rouse Hill Heights Action Group?
Yes, we will.
And do you have a list of consultations with stakeholders that you have engaged in about this legislation to date?
We could make that available, yes. We could make that available, yes.
And if you could break it down by whether any of those stakeholder engagements have included the minister or the staff.
I can give you round figures. So we've had 7 webinars with councils, 4 briefings with peak bodies. We've reached a total of 696 stakeholders through those. We had 31 stakeholder meetings, including formal meetings and bespoke issue-based briefings, reaching a total of 475 stakeholders. And we've updated 32,518 stakeholders through newsletters and bulletins. But obviously submissions are still coming in, and those, I'm not quite sure of the date at which those figures were. So obviously we're still continuing to meet and discuss issues, but I'll get you those details.
And just...
sorry?
I was just going to... as an example of the fact that submissions are still coming in, so we gave the Leppington Progress Association further time, for example, to make its submissions as well. So it's been a fairly dynamic and active process.
Okay, and why was the consultation process extended to the end of March? Was it that stakeholders were requesting extensions?
Yeah, I think that some stakeholders were requesting extensions, and some councils were. So originally councils were going to be asked to provide comments by the 10th of December, but given the council elections were delayed until the week before that, it was decided to allow additional time for councils, for the new councils as constituted with their councillors, to be able to make submissions. So that was a March date anyway. I thought there was a view that an additional 3 weeks was suitable in the circumstances.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to now ask a question about Landcom and the leadership of Landcom. Is it the case that Mr. Brogdon has indicated...
All day.
Time to wake up.
Whole day has a bit of waste.
That's right. Yeah, can you hear me?
Long run up.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I was asking a question about the leadership of Landcom. Can you indicate whether Mr. Brogdon has indicated that he won't be seeking a further term, and if that's the case, where is government up to with selecting a replacement?
Mr. Brogdon's here, Mr. Searle, so I'll ask him to. So I'll ask him to respond on his own behalf.
Or should somebody else be answering that question?
Yeah, we'll pass it around.
It's up to whoever you think is appropriate to answer that question.
Yeah, I think we'll go with Mr. Brogdon.
Thank you. The end of my 4-year contract is April this year, and as per the contract, I indicated 6 months prior to the expiry of the contract that I did not wish to seek an extension. The other half of the question, I think, were related to the recruitment process for a new CEO. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, thanks.
That's correct.
So I appropriately have nothing to do with that, which is appropriate in terms of one CEO not appointing their successor. The board has a subcommittee of 3 directors who've undertaken a recruitment process using Spencer Stewart, the recruitment firm, and that's all I know. I'm not able to give any more information because I'm not privy to it.
Sure. Mr. Castle, are you able to shed any further light on the process and the time frame?
No, given the entity is a SOC and board governed, I have no role in it.
Okay. Mr. Brogdon, that recruitment firm, that was the same one that oversaw the last recruitment process?
I understand so, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Well, this is a question, I don't know whether it's to you, Mr. Brogdon, or whether it needs to involve Mr. Castle. Has the government or the relevant minister at any time given Landcom an additional sort of 5-year charter? I think, Mr. Brogdon, in previous estimates you had talked about sort of 5-year charters that successive ministers had given Landcom under your leadership, a sort of a body of work to do over a period of time. And I think the last time we discussed these matters you indicated you hadn't received a further 5-year set of directions. Is that still the case for Landcom?
So you might have a better memory than me on the exact timing of that, but the Landcom Act provides for the Minister for Planning, who's our portfolio minister, to issue a set of directions at any time he or she wishes to. There are some complexities around how close to the end of a financial year they issue those. Putting that aside, the last statement of directions was from the previous minister, Dr. Stokes, who made 2 main requests of Landcom. The first was that we increase our affordable housing component from 5 to 10% to 10%, a hard 10% by, I think, 2024, off the top of my head. And secondly, that we engage more in the provision of land for public spaces. So that was some years ago, I think in about the second year of Dr. Stokes' second run in planning. And it's now up to the new minister, Mr. Roberts, as to whether or not he issues another set of directions to Landcom. And those directions then are considered by the board. They're also considered by the shareholding ministers, who are the Treasurer and Minister for Finance. and it's a process of agreement effectively between those four, the board, the portfolio ministers and the shareholding ministers.
Well, just following up on that, Mr. Brogden, is it possible to get a copy of that set of directions? Are they available?
Yeah, I think we have given the committee before, the staff might know, but very happy to provide you with that. Yep.
Okay, and how has Landcom tracked against those directions?
So we're tracking well. We're tracking well in terms of meeting the 10% target by 2024 in terms of moving to a 10% target on affordable housing. We continue to be very strong in the provision of open space as part of our communities. So that continues. So, for instance, in some of our, we continue in our developments to provide open space. That's often a requirement of the local council, and one that we will certainly meet, if not try and do better with working with the local council. So we're on track.
Okay. Okay, so you're on target.
Yep.
Okay. Perhaps this is a question for Mr. Castle because the Minister's not present. Is it still the policy of the government to maintain Landcom as a separate agency? Some time ago there was speculation that it might be abolished or folded in with other agencies operating in the same space. As far as you're aware, Mr. Castle, is it still the policy of government to maintain Landcom as a separate body?
Mr. Searle, it's really a question for the Minister, but
sure. I'm happy to hear
I've heard those same rumours too, but I've never had anything factually confirmed.
That's okay. Well, Mr. Castle, perhaps I could ask you this then. Some time ago, I think it was last year, in the first round of estimates, I asked the former Secretary about the gender pay gap for senior executives in the department, and a whole bunch of questions were taken on notice. And I think my recollection is that when the answers came through, the indication was the information I saw would be in the annual reports, which they weren't. And I ask you, Mr. Castle, to take on notice, what is the average salary for a male SEB1 in your department, and what is the average salary for a female SEB? And also the same information for SEBs 2, and in fact for each group, broken down by each group in your department.
Certainly.
You can do that? I think that was a yes.
Oh, sorry, yes, I said certainly. I'm happy to provide those.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's nearly the end of my questions. Ms. Sharp, did you wish to...
Great, thank you. Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask about interim occupation certificates. And I do understand that they were removed from the Environment Planning and Assessment Act in 2019. We've previously pursued some issues on this and we've been informed that we should ask the Department of Planning. So, Mr. Ray, it's coming to you. Do you keep records of how many interim occupation certificates were issued in New South Wales?
Ms. Sharp, my understanding is that the requirement in the past has been that each council has to keep the records of the interim occupation certificates. However, since the e-planning has been extended to all councils and to accredited certifiers, so most of the interim occupation certificates would be issued by accredited certifiers, but some would be issued by council staff. Since that extension, there would be records in the e-planning database of those interim occupation certificates.
Are you able to tell me how many?
Not
obviously not here and now. I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
We will come back and give you a snapshot. Perhaps I think it's only from the 1st of July last year, so we would give you, I would think we'd be able to give you a figure from the 1st of July last year.
Okay. Are you able to? So you're saying it's a snapshot. Would you be able to provide me with the total number of the interim occupation certificates, preferably broken down by suburb?
Suburb might be a bit too much, Miss Sharp. What about well, I think that would probably even take more effort than some of the Order 52s we do get from the council. So could we do it by council area? That would be easier for us.
That would be helpful, yes,
Yep,
that would be
thanks.
good. And will you be able to tell me how many are still in force?
So, Ms Sharp, I think I would be only be able to tell you the ones that are actually lodged since the 1st of July last year for it to be meaningful. But I could check on that, but I don't know whether I'll be able to show you that.
Right, okay. We're trying to get a sense of how many are still in force. It sounds like no one really knows. It's kind of in the e-planning portal. Is that a reasonable assessment from those answers?
Well, we're having the discussion now, and this is one of the benefits of e-planning. We are actually be able to say to you that we would be able to get that information since the 1st of July. Before the 1st of July last year, we would have had no idea. It would have been a matter for council, individual councils.
Yep, okay.
So that's one of the benefits of the system. So we'll get you the information that's available to us. I just don't want to overpromise that we could actually tell you what.
That's fine. As I said,
because often what happens is an interim certificate may be replaced by a final certificate. It may be replaced by some other interim certificate. It's a bit difficult.
Yeah,
I think and one of the issues, there is, an additional functionality built in e-planning as part of the Building Commissioner's reforms to the quality of construction. So that's an ongoing measure. So we'll do our best with some figures by council area.
Terrific, thank you. We appreciate that. I understand that it's a complicated question that I'm asking. The design and place SEP, who's the best person to ask about that?
That would be me.
Is that you, Mr Whitworth?
Yes.
He wins again. I think you're the winner today, Mr Whitworth. So submissions closed in February, and the original time frame for implementation was the first half of this year. Do you anticipate that you'll meet that time frame is on track?
Look, I think we need to look at the what's coming out of the submissions. It's another fairly it's another area where there has been a number of issues raised during the submissions that we need to take a pretty detailed look at. I think it's fair to say that there are still comments from industry about the impact on costs of housing now versus the sort of the long-term benefits that the design and place package has from a societal perspective. I think councils have raised some concerns about the shift. It was a fairly fundamental shift away from a sort of more standard compliance-led approach to the assessment of major development to a principles-based assessment, and there were concerns about how those principles might be read in any sort of legal process. So there's still a lot of discussion and work that we will need to do. I fear that if we gave you a commitment, it would be a challenging commitment to meet in terms of time frame.
No, that's I appreciate that. I suppose my interest is that look. I don't expect you to comment on this, but clearly this was something that the previous minister was extremely enthusiastic about. Have you got a sense from the new minister that this may not proceed?
Look, I think what we've got very clearly from the minister is the importance of ensuring that we can deliver new homes and new homes for the state. I think when the minister made his commentary around the extension of timeframes for the submission of the on contributions, he made the point that he wanted to ensure that there was no impact on the ability to deliver homes and homes already in the pipeline. And I believe that if we were to ask that question of the minister in terms of design and place SEP, he would more than likely give us that same response. So, but have we had a particular direction about design and place? No, we have not.
Obviously, New South Wales has got a commitment around halving emissions by 2030. We've also got the net zero commitment. Building and construction is a significant contributor in relation to emissions. And my understanding was that the design and place step was intended to start implementing changes, everything from, infrastructure around electric vehicles through to, other kind of emissions reductions, urban greening, those kind of things. Do you think these things are still going to be picked up?
Well, I think some of these things already exist in the planning system now in terms of some of the principles in the existing apartment design guide and some of the principles around the way in which our urban settlements are designed to reduce vehicle kilometres travelled, which has and to create more walkable communities. But probably the most significant contributor from the planning system to net zero in terms of our buildings and the design of our buildings is the basics process. Basics has been a system that we have had in place since 2004.
Yep.
Part of the design and place SEP was, I suppose, the increase again in terms of greenhouse gas
That's the 7 stars neighbours.
Well, the 7 stars neighbours was also about the commercial. The concept of applying basics is entirely about residential, whereas neighbours is about applying it into the commercial space, and we're seeing councils take that up through their local environmental plans as well. So as we're also seeing it being taken up through the National Construction Code and building standards. So we did exhibit basics, the basic SEP amendment. It was part of the design and place SEP, but it's also part of, looking at the design and place SEP, it's made up of a number of packages. So if there was a call to bring forward something earlier or, to hold other things back so we can look at it, then we have that option, and that could apply with the basics. But that's obviously a matter for government to make a decision on once it's had the benefit of our advice on issues raised during submissions.
Are you able to tell me how many submissions you received?
I can tell you that, again, submissions are still coming in because people have sought extensions and so on. I can tell you that on the 28th of February, there were 351 submissions that we had, but I expect that number has increased since then.
And will the submissions be public?
Our process is to make submissions public with all the normal provisos about redacting confidential information.
Yep, no, that's fine. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Sorry. Yes.
One of the questions Mr. Searle asked, and I believe he said he'd never received the information back from the previous secretary, being those pay averages of pay.
No. Some of them were responded to by Mr. Beers, but others we were told would be found in the annual reports, and they weren't.
Okay, so I've got those in front of me. If you wanted me to read them out now.
Depends on whether my colleagues have further questions. I'd rather not interrupt the flow of questions. I'm happy for you to provide them on notice.
Okay. I've got them now. I just wanted to make that point. I could give them to you now.
Just sharp them as Jack.
No, that's fine. If you want to provide them now, that's fine.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay. For women, band 1, 229,000 is the average. For men, 231,000 is the average. I'm just rounding. I'm not going into each of the things. For band 2, women, 307. For men, 312,000. For band 3, and this is probably where the biggest diversion is occurring, 429,000 for women and 447,000 for men.
Okay. What are your plans to sort of close those gaps?
Yeah, so it's challenging just looking at the averages, to be honest. There are positions, each of the positions will have their own work point values, which determine the salary band for those particular positions.
Just on that, I don't mean to interrupt, but one of the continuing themes that we've had is that when men obtain positions, often through bargaining or pushiness, they get to be the middle to the top of the band, whereas traditionally a lot of women who obtain these positions are found to be at the bottom end of the spectrum. And that's clearly contributing to this continuing pay gap. So what are you going to do going forward to try and improve that situation?
So thank you. I guess my response to that is I don't support not having equal pay. I believe anybody who does a job, male or female, woman or man, should be paid the same. I've made some moves in the restructuring and repointing that we've undergone already to realign some of those pay disparities, and I will continue to do that as a matter of principle. That's the best I can probably offer here today, because I don't know each individual circumstances and those work value points. I can only give you my view is same pay for should be gender neutral as far as the pay is concerned.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I just what usually happens now is we would break for more afternoon tea for 15 minutes, but I've had an assurance from the opposition and Miss Abigail Boyd that we could go to 4 o'clock and adjourn. Is that okay with you, officers?
Very good with me. Anybody complaining?
All good? Okay, so there's no afternoon tea, but it is here if you want to come and get some yourself. But we'll go to Miss Abigail Boyd first.
Thank you. Just coming back just for a couple of questions with you, Mr. Ray. When we were talking before about... I can't believe you've got lollies. And you haven't.
And he's not sharing.
They do
sharing. You have to share, isn't it?
I know. I don't bring lollies and not share them.
Could I?
Or is that bribery?
I'd have to declare it.
Don't like those.
Enjoy your lollies. We were talking before about the way that the Scope 1 emissions are calculated, and that there had been a difference in the way
for Moores Creek
that had been understood.
Yes.
And I understand that's been the case with a couple of different projects. But is that difference, just to clarify, one in which the emissions are apportioned to the New South Wales community on the ratio between New South Wales gross state product and world gross domestic product, as opposed to apportioning the full cost to New South Wales and Australia? Is that the second type? Is that what we're talking about here?
Look, it could be, but I can't confirm that from the information that I've got. It may not be. It may be a different methodological approach.
Okay.
So
if you could take that on notice, maybe that would be really helpful, just so that I can really understand what's going on here. If that, I guess one of those methods would significantly reduce the net benefits in a cost-benefit analysis.
Yes.
I'm curious as to how much due diligence is done by the department when proponents of mines are coming up with these emissions figures. How do they get checked?
So what I can say is that the issue that you've just put forward about how the greenhouse gases are apportioned to New South Wales or New South Wales as part of Australia is an issue that has come to the fore in more recent assessments. I understand that with the recent Narrabri underground extension project that's currently before the Commission, that we have looked at those other approaches. So to fully apportion them to New South Wales or partly to New South Wales as a percentage of Australia. So we've looked at what the the guidelines that we have, the cost-benefit analysis guidelines. We've looked at those, and the advice that I have is that those guidelines are broad enough for us to also consider those two apportionment models. And my understanding is that we have looked at those different models of apportionment and used those as sort of sensitivity testing. If I can, I can put it that way, and then have been able to put that additional assessment into the department's assessment to come up with the recommendation. And so that, particularly in this one about Narrabri, we've done that. I think that may be the first time that we have done that. But we have looked. We obviously were open to discussions about how we should assess and apportion those outputs. So we've done that in Narrabri, and that information is available to the Commission as part of its assessment. I mean, the other thing I might just say in relation to Narrabri is that we have moved our approach there. So we've proposed that there be a condition requiring the preparation of a fugitive emissions minimisation plan to be updated and reviewed every 3 years in consultation with the independent expert panel for mining and key New South Wales government agencies to ensure that greenhouse gas emission abatement technology continues to be comprehensively investigated and adopted and monitored over the life of the mine. We've also recommended that the IPC set performance measures for Scope 1 fugitive emissions intensity based on a 5-year rolling average and over the life of the project, with offsetting requirements if performance targets aren't met, and ongoing performance target review based on the implementation of best practice, which is set out in the fugitive emissions, would be set out in the fugitive emissions minimisation plan, and we've also required the implementation of energy efficiency measures and the acquisition of green energy to reduce Scope 2 emissions. We've recommended the preparation and implementation of a comprehensive gas extraction plan as a component of each broader extraction plan, and then there's regular reporting on the reviews. So I think if I was to step back from that and sort of explain, we have previously relied on that reasonable and the general requirement for minimisation and a reasonable and feasible test. Now we've got a much more detailed monitoring regime and the imposition of standards that these things can be fully measured against. That's not reliant on entirely on changes to technology. So it's a much more detailed approach, so that's, I suppose, an example of how the department's moving to deal with the issues that you've raised about concerns about how greenhouse gas Scope 1 and Scope 2 are counted.
Thank you. Just as you've mentioned the Narrabri Underground project, one final sort of issue I wanted to talk about is when the department is looking at whether or not to recommend approval of the projects, there seems to be quite a lot of reliance on external reports commissioned by the proponent in working out, the economic assessment, for example. Does the department do anything to, I guess, verify or validate that report or commission its own report or something else?
So the department looks at those reports and will often get a peer review, an expert peer review if that's required, or will look at those reports and the technical experts within the department will be able to, in some cases, verify. So it's a question of each individual set of circumstances. So there are usually a number of technical peer reviews that are done in relation to complex questions, particularly if there is modelling and various other things concerned. But the department has, very fortunate in having a range of expert officers who can look at these things as well.
So when it came to the Narrabri Underground project, and perhaps you'll need to take this on notice.
I think I will.
Yeah, if you could let me know what the department did to verify the economic assessment that was included in the consultant's report.
I will. I'll take that on
given by the
notice.
proponents. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Move on now to the opposition.
Thank you. These are the last couple of questions from me. The previous Minister for Planning said that new councils were to be issued with a statement of expectation about dealing with planning matters. Were these statements issued?
Yes, they were. The statement of expectations order was issued on the was announced on the 26th of November and took effect on the 15th of December 2021.
Thank you. And was it just one statement? Was this the same, or were they unique to each council?
No, it's a statement that is across each council. So they're not. It's not unique to every council. It's one set of expectations broadly based on the reasonable timeframes for the consideration of development applications, the provision of reports to planning panels, the information to put to council in terms of the consideration of planning proposals and rezonings.
So there's one document that's the same for every council, just to be clear, yes.
Yeah.
And is that document a public document?
Yes, it is.
Sorry if I've missed it.
No, it is a public document. We will take on notice how to find it.
How to find it, sure. I mean, I could Google it.
I'm sure it's on the website.
Yes.
Right, you believe so? Great, thank you.
Because it needed to be it's an actual order under the Act, so it also had to be gazetted and.
Yes, and the requirements for, so given its status, what does that mean for, does every council have to respond formally to that? Like, how does that take effect?
So the architecture of the Act in terms of when the minister can step in and formally intervene. So the minister has a number of powers to intervene, whether that's the appointment of a planning administrator or the appointment of a panel to undertake certain functions of the council. Those powers are only enacted if there is an assessment of poor performance.
What triggers an assessment?
Well, the order triggers. Sorry, the order gives structure and frame around what the expectations are. What triggers an assessment? The triggers for an assessment could be multiple. It could be a referral from an independent oversight agency such as the Ombudsman or the ICAC. It could be a concern that a council is repeatedly not meeting the expectations and there is some form of systemic problem that needs to be investigated. The architecture of the legislation, as I said, is that if that does occur, there needs to be some process by which the minister can say to a council, I find your performance not to be satisfactory on these grounds, and I'd like you to provide me with a reasonable response as to why I should not take further action. And so the order sets up what those reasonable expectations of performance would be.
Ms Sharp, if I might just add, so those provisions have been in the legislation since about 2006 or 2008. Former Minister Sartor introduced those provisions, and there was a similar order or statement of expectations introduced at that time. I think the main point to say about these is obviously the government has a range of different policies, and this is a cooperative. In planning legislation is a cooperative venture between, councils and the state.
Venture.
And I think there was some.
I like your optimism, Mr.
Venture.
Ray.
It's a great venture.
Yes, optimism is often called for in this role. But it was it's important that councils have a clear statement of what the expectations are. And given that the councils were would be newly formed after the elections, it did seem, at the time, it seemed an appropriate time to get some clarity. There'd been a lot of change in the planning system over the previous 2 years, lots of reform projects, and certainly an effort to speed up key processes. We'd heard from all sections of planning stakeholders, not just industry, but also from councils themselves, that the processes were often too slow. And so it was to actually just be really clear about what those expectations were. And there's not a huge number of them. They're very high level focused, but at least it provides a benchmark for performance to be judged.
And so what's the target for reduction in processing times? Is there a set target?
There are a number of targets through the Planning Reform Action Plan about the reduction in timeframes. These are global targets, so they are related to planning proposals, state significant development applications, and rezonings. Happy to give it to you on notice. I do know, as an example, of the planning proposal reduction is a 33% reduction over a 3-year period. I just don't have the advice in front of me of what the
so for regionally significant development applications, it's 25%, and I think for state significant it was 17%, bearing in mind that the time in government hands had already been reduced by 50% on that one. So, and there are a few others as well, but we can provide a link to the statement of expectations, a website link in our answers.
Yes, that I would appreciate that. That would be great. Thanks. And are you able to tell us how many councils are actually meeting the basic benchmark?
Meeting the
so they've got a target for reductions at just 33% no matter where they are at, or is there kind of a minimum benchmark that you're wanting all of them to get to?
Well, there are two ways to respond to that. Firstly, the reduction in timeframes is a global reduction in timeframes, so it's not individually council by council, but across the whole system. We have, in terms of planning proposals, to sort of unpack that a little bit. With planning proposals, we've identified that we want on average planning proposals to be completed within 380 working days, and we do not want any planning proposal to be longer than to take longer than 2 years. So there are at the moment we've been progressively working through planning proposals to get rid of what we call legacy planning proposals. So at the end of last year and the year before, we finalised a raft of older planning proposals. I think we now have a handful that are older than 4 years old, and maybe 10 or so, that sort of number, that are older than 3 years, and the rest are within that 1 to 2 year time frame.
And is it sort of expected, I mean, as you, I'm sure, know better than I do, that there's quite a disparity even just next to neighbouring councils. So my advice is, Lane Cove's average determination for DAs is 45 days, whereas Hunters Hill next door is 132 days. What leverage have you got in terms of getting councils to work, particularly if they're nearby? I mean, is there sort of an ability, or are you able to work with them to try and deal with that, or is it literally each council sort of has been given their expectations and?
No. I mean, I think we have a range of carrots, we have a range of sticks. So the Public Spaces Legacy Fund was an example of the carrots. So we were able to negotiate individual and quite substantial timeframe reductions with councils in terms of their DA and their rezoning timeframes, in return for providing them with money for public spaces, so for new public spaces, and that was quite successful. There are, as I said, the sticks, which are the ability to call in either individual planning proposals to take a more systemic approach, and to appoint, say, a planning administrator or so on. I don't know whether Mr. Raymond wants to give some examples of the public spaces legacy.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
It's very rare that the departments and ministers actually intervene in that nature. So what I would say about that, there's a lot more to be gained with carrots than there are with sticks, and that's really been the department's approach over the last few years. What I would say is it's great to have the data and to put Lane Cove and Hunters Hill in the room and say, well, for Hunters Hill to say, well, how can you do it in 45 days and we're taking 122? I mean, that's the conversation that we are trying to encourage. We are trying to encourage councils to talk to neighbouring councils that are doing much better and actually say, well, okay, well, what is it that you do? What are the practices that you undertake that get those times down? Because I doubt that there's any great variation in the quality of assessment between councils.
Thanks for that. That's helpful. And look, my final question on this is actually about, again, it's sort of a trigger in terms of councils where there's a high level of refusals. Again, I'm going to use Hunters Hill. My understanding is that they refused about 20% of applications in 2021, and the average for most metro councils was around 5%. At what point does the department intervene around that issue?
Well, I don't know that the number of refusals is probably the right metric because there may well be, we don't know the individual circumstances, so why that council was refusing that many applications, I suppose, and this is where the power of moving into e-planning and the better data that we have will help us. Probably a better metric might be the number of refusals that get overturned in the Land and Environment Court, for example, where there is, is there a reason or a rationale or a systemic issue associated with whether a council is refusing things or whether a council is, varying standards. The e-planning portal will give us a lot better data, and it will give us that data more instantaneously. Previously, we would have to have used some of these powers to say we are concerned that there is poor performance, get the ability of the authorisation of the secretary to effectively go into the council and politely ask for their files, whereas the e-planning system will give us a lot more information that we can be starting to frame, conversations around variances of performance and putting sort of means and medians around performance and then looking for outliers on that basis.
Thank you. That's it from me. Thanks.
I'll just try and get through a couple of issues quickly so that we can all head off on Friday. I just wanted to ask Mr Brogden briefly, I think you mentioned the 10% target for affordable housing, which is good, but I'm sure you'd recognise we have a bit of an affordable housing issue in New South Wales and in Sydney in particular. Is there any work or ideas or coming from Landcom or in collaboration with the department to actually increase that target?
Yeah, we are in discussions with the department, with Michael Wright and others about what is the capacity to increase that target. So yes.
Okay, that's good. Is there a new figure that is in mind, or it's just how can we get that higher? What point of that conversation are you up to?
Probably the latter. We're still looking at what is doable.
And what timeframes might there be for an actual, concrete revision?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask next, there were reports publicly about the government estimating it would cost $3.3 billion to purchase the 6,000 houses in the flood-prone valley. I think that's referring to Hawkesbury Nepean, based on 2015 dwelling prices. Was that a DPI report? It's referring to a government estimation.
No,
can you provide some information about where that's come from?
Ms Jackson, my understanding is that was part of the Warragamba Dam environmental impact statement, and so it was therefore part of the broader. So the Warragamba Dam environmental impact statement.
That Water New South Wales did.
Well, yes, but it was one of the components and products of the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley strategy, and the business case that has been developed by Infrastructure New South Wales. to look at the various options that existed. I think that part of the Resilient Valley, Resilient Communities piece of work and some of the preceding work looked at different options, including things like should you buy up the houses below the 1 in 100 chance per year flood line? Should we try and divert the river around Sackville Gorge, dropping the level of the dam and so on? So all of those had to be costed, and I think that's where that information has come from.
Yeah, so that didn't come from work that the department that DPI planning did.
Sorry, no, not specifically, but as part of contributors to the broader Hawkesbury Nepean strategy, we did provide advice on estimates of what the future development potential of areas might be.
To Water New South Wales?
No, sorry, to Infrastructure
New South Wales.
Yes.
Okay, yep. Okay, that's good. Thank you for that. I just wanted to ask quickly, because we did talk before about some of the planning responses to the bushfires. I understand, I think, Mr Whitworth, that the recommendation of the Commission of Inquiry into the bushfires, recommendation 27, was to commit to shifting to a strategic approach to planning for both bushfires and to develop a New South Wales bushfire policy, which is similar to the flood-prone land policy. I understand that hasn't been implemented, and I wondered if that was correct or where that was up to, considering it really goes to the issue that we were talking about this morning.
Certainly, it's in the process of being implemented. It was actually a suggestion that I made to Professor O'Kane and Assistant Commissioner Owens about how you could look at the comparison between flood-prone land and bushfire-prone land. We have, when you say it hasn't been implemented, there is no policy that's been produced yet, but we have a reasonably comprehensive piece of scoping work about what a policy would look like. Obviously, the flood-prone land package is something that requires expenditure of government funds, and it's on a reasonable. It's in the order of millions of dollars of an allocation every year. So we'd need to prepare a business case to go to government of saying we'd need an equivalent sort of concept of a policy, of a fund that can be drawn down that would help councils to prepare these bushfire risk policies, and we'd also need to frame what does a bushfire risk policy look like, what does it cover, what sort of science does it use, how does it link that science to principles around evacuation or principles around emergency management and planning.
Is it still, though, your intention to develop a new New South Wales bushfire policy similar to the New South Wales flood-prone land policy? Is that your intention to develop that as per that recommendation?
It is a recommendation that's been made to the government. The government has accepted it, and it's on our work program.
And what's the time frame on the work program?
I don't have that information. I'd have to take that on notice in terms of precise time frame, but it's a piece of work that traverses across different agencies. So DPE, Rural Fire Services and Resilience New South Wales all have an involvement in it. We've actually presented on it to the State Emergency Management Committee in terms of the broad principles, but I just cannot recall the time frame.
When was that presentation?
It was probably at the end of last year.
Yeah, it'd just be good to get a time frame to when that might be completed. I just wondered briefly for the, I think you, Ms Brill, in relation to the Waterloo estate, I wondered why the affordable housing, well, first of all, what is the percentage of housing that will be affordable housing? Because I understood that LAC had landed on 8%. I think the minister's press release said 7% though. So what is the actual percentage of affordable housing in the Waterloo South?
Well, what is in the planning proposal that's currently on exhibition? Mr Ray and team are consulting on doing a public consultation of that at the moment. It's 7.5%.
7.5, right, okay. And I wondered why you didn't adopt the 10%. I mean, that even the 10% was suggested as viable by the independent advisory group on the project. Can you give me a reason as to why that slipped even further?
That's a question for Mr. Ray because it's part of the planning proposal. It's not part of.
Thanks, Ms. Brill. Mr. Ray, can you?
My recollection on that, Ms. Jackson, is that obviously we were, as part of the implementation of the independent expert group's advice, one of the things that we were asked to do was to look at those questions of feasibility, and we were asked to do that on top of a range of other issues that were in the gateway. So, for example, there was a desire to protect more of the mature Moreton Bay figs and more of the significant trees than had been protected in the City of Sydney's proposal. So there were a range of different measures and try and provide more sunlight access to courtyards than had been included in the City of Sydney's proposal. So there were various different things that we had to take into account, and when we got to the point of amending that scheme to enable to deal with all those things, the feasibility was there for the 7.5.
I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Ray, but from that, I mean, those trees are lovely, but you're suggesting that you sacrifice 2.5% affordable housing in this project. I mean, that's dozens of affordable housing dwellings for trees.
I'm not.
I like trees, but even I think.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I mean, obviously there was some early work was done by the expert advisory committee. Further work had to be done, and the independent expert advisory committee gave us a range of measures that they thought needed to be weighed up and addressed, and that is what was done.
I mean, they said there should ideally be more affordable housing than the 10%. That's what they've said, and in fact, you've gone backwards.
But I think the important thing to note here is that nothing has occurred yet. This is on public consultation, and I'm distancing myself from it given my previous role, but I would suggest the more submissions the better.
So I guess, I'm drawing
probably
from
going
that.
to have to the agreed adjournment. Yep. One more question, Ms. Jackson.
Sure, I will ask one more. I'll have to put the rest on notice. But I guess I'm taking from that, Mr. Castle, that, assuming that there is community feedback that they would like to see more social and affordable housing in the mix as part of the final proposal, that you are open to that, if that's the basis of the submissions.
Ms. Jackson, what I can say is I think the original submission that we discussed with the City of Sydney had considerably more social, affordable and market housing, which all needs to balance through. So I can leave my answer at that, I suppose.
Okay, well, thank you very much. As agreed by everybody, we've decided to adjourn now at 4 o'clock. And thank you very much for all of your evidence. And the Secretariat will be in touch with you about any questions that you've taken on notice. And we will be having a short deliberative.
Oh, yes, I'll move that way.